Hi. Welcome to Nanairo Reincarnation, which finally, after being cucked so many fucking times by polls, people who wanted to see this game finally get to see this game. So, but yeah, I don't know why Sunny just like zoned down like this. Anyways, but yeah, to those that didn't put two and two together because of the fucking video, basically, yes, technically Amatera's Riddle Star, whatever it was fucking called, did technically win, but it's a manga gamer. Also, Sushi Joker is also manga gamer. So both of these are officially off any and all polls in the future because manga gamer doesn't like videos. You say that, watch me like check Steam and it says that this game is also manga gamer. Nah, it's okay, Roger. I do know that this is fine to play as long as you don't play the 18 plus version. Either way, let's just get started, I guess. Fucking you. I was told this is gonna be sad, so that's something not to look forward to. Anyways, most vivid memories from my childhood are all of this house, which I visited every summer. My memories with Gramps. Gramps was a man of few words, very stern, was a bit intimidating to me as a child. I will take a screenshot. Okay, the screenshot didn't screenshot the fucking text box as well, but Gramps was a man of few words, very stern and was a bit intimidating to me as a child. Still, he often perched me up on his lap and told me stories on his porch. Strange stories, like those from the past, or even fairy tales. About Sashiki Warashiki, deities which bring happiness to one's home. About monks who save the souls of the perished. About the demons who serve those monks. Those were his usual three stories. They were a little hard for a child like me to understand, but I loved listening to his gentle voice. Now I've met Granny since she passed away early. Gramps was apparently bad at cooking and housework, but he had maids who looked after him. Since he had around 3 or 4 of them, I think he had around 3 or 4 of them. They all wore kimonos and looked like waitresses in Japanese-style inns. I loved how unusual the atmosphere of this house was. I also remember playing hide-and-seek and different card games a lot. Everyone was nice to me. Oh, there was this one neighborhood girl I spent time with, too. Or correctly, her name was... She was very bubbly and a little... no, quite mean. I remember she used to play a lot of tricks on me. She made me cry a ton, too. I could never hold my own against her, but I always wanted to get the upper hand in our relationship. My small attempt at rebellion was to ignore her whenever she called me Mako, and to respond only when she called me by my actual name. Such fun memories. I wish I could see everyone again, but that's not happening. I have no idea where Air is now and what she's up to. No clue about the maids either. No one's here anymore. Or, well, there shouldn't have been anyone.
はあ、今日も暑いなあ。8月の頭まではそこそこ過ごしやすかったんじゃが、中旬から暑いのなんの。こりゃたまらん。のうまこと、 買ってきてくれんか？アイス。もう無視か？無視するのか？なまことよ。おい、聞こえておるんじゃろ？おいこら、おい。
Why does the sassy child remind me of A. Murasame and B. Anju?
誠
Yes, coming! Slowly get up and head to the living room in response to my mom's call.
おい、まこと。なぜ私の呼びかけには答えんのじゃ。
With that thing, which should be here, tagging along.
お母さんそろそろ帰るけど
Sure, got it.
なんじゃもう帰るのか。慌ただしいの。
あとは一人で片付けられる
No problem, I'll take it slow.
少しは手伝ってやるぞ。私。
ご飯は炊飯ボタンを押すだけにしておいたしおかずとかいろいろ作っておいたからね
Actually skipped to talking.
少しは手伝ってやるぞ。
Sure, thanks.
私の分もあるのかの？肉が食べたいの。豚が好きじゃ、豚が。
何どうしたの変な顔して
Nah, it's nothing.
あんた本当に大丈夫だらしないのに一人暮らしなんて
No problem, I'm not a kid anymore.
私から見ればまだ子供じゃがの。
なーにあんたさっきからどうしたの
Nothing.
そう思い出すわあんた覚えてる子供の頃一人で誰かと話してたり意もしない人の話をしだしたりこの子には何か見えるんじゃってみんな怖がってたのよ
Ah! Well, yeah.
覚えてないの特にここにいるときはひどかったおじいちゃん家に来るといっつもそう何々ちゃんと遊ぶって言って一人で遊んでるの
それ私じゃろ？一人じゃなかったぞ。のう、まこと。
ただでさえこの家出るって噂でしょお母さん心配で心配であんたまた変なこと言い出すんじゃないかっ
I'm
て
gonna be fine. Just a little tired from unpacking.
そうじゃあいいけど本当に大丈夫あんた料理とかできないでしょそんなに遠くないんだから困ったらお母さん呼びなさいね
There'd be no point in living by myself if I did that. I'll be fine, I can handle it.
そうじゃあお母さんもう帰るからね
Sure, thanks.
あんた本当にちゃんとできる
Said I'll be fine. Asking once is enough.
そうじゃあお母さんもう帰るから晩ご飯作っておいたからね
Got it, take
ちゃん
care.
と食べなさいねしっかりね
Yeah, yeah.
あお鍋は火にかければ
I know, gotcha! Seeing no end to my mom's rambling, I push her towards the entrance.
あんまり邪気にしてやるな。しつこいのも親の愛じゃ。
With that thing still tagging along.
じゃあ帰るからねこれからしっかりね
I'll be fine, I can do
そ
it.
う何かあったら電話しなさいよ
Sure, if something does happen.
本当に大丈夫かしらねちゃんと食べなさいよたくさん作ってあるけど余ったら冷凍しなさいね
Yes, I'll have proper meals, don't worry, I'll be fine.
もう心配だわじゃあねちゃんとやりなさいよ
My mom gingerly leaves the house looking like she hadn't said enough all the while. I wave farewell until the door closes completely, then return to the living room.
帰ってしまったか。今日から親元を離れての生活じゃ。一歩大人になったの、まことよ。
I squat and resume unpacking.
まだ無視するか。そろそろ口を聞いてくれんかのう、まこと。まこと
So annoying. Let out a sigh and reluctantly turn around.
ようやくこっちを見たな。
girl around the same height as me when watching stares back intently at my face.
なんじゃ、照れるの
Not out about it. She's definitely, She looks exactly the same as she did 10 years ago. Can't be the same person. Thought it was her daughter at first, but it's not. I'm the only one reacting to her. Mom completely ignores her. Or can't see her might be the right way of putting it. Which means that this girl is probably Itsushiki Warashiki. A hallucination.
なに
Avert my gaze from the like thing which widened its eyes in surprise. He's probably gotten to me. Maybe my nostalgia and loneliness brought about this hallucination. A lot of things happened. Not exactly in good mental health. It's not impossible for strange things like this to happen, I think.
久しぶりに会ったというのに幻扱いとは。ご挨拶じゃのう、誠。あくまでも虫か。もう、堪忍袋の尾が切れたぞ。誠のような薄情者には、
Ow! Oh, hey, we actually get to see our lad, and, he looks fine. He's being assaulted, though. The thing leaps onto my bag, making me stumble forward with such force. Ow! What was that
こ
for?
れで無視できんじゃろう。いい加減認めんか。私はイオじゃ。幼きお前と遊んでやったイオじゃ。
As if, how old are you then? Oh, you dead? Did you transform yourself?
やっと話す気になったか。アホ、ちゃんと生きておるわ。誠よりもずっと長生きしておる。
So then you should already be beyond 20 by now. Can't look exactly like you used to. Besides, I'm the only one who can see you.
嘆かわしい。なんという堅物じゃ。見たままを受け入れられん頭はこれか。これなのか。
Ow! Ow! Can't help but let out a scream as I receive blows to my head. It hurts. It really hurts. This pain is no hallucination. It's for real.
理解できるまでこうじゃ。こうじゃ。
Jeez, get off! Just get off!
もう無視せんか。
I won't!
よし。
Lost my head finally ceased and the weight on my back eases. What the heck is going on?
やっと落ち着いた話ができるの？
I sit upright on the floor while straightening my collar. I then burst into a smile. Her face brings back memories of those
久
days.
しいの、誠。
Is it really you?
いいよでよいぞ。成長した誠にちゃん付けされるのは子供扱いされてるようですか。
But you are a child.
見た目だけじゃ。
She looks away and puffs out her chest in displeasure. I do remember this mannerism. She was a strong-willed and stubborn girl. Yet, why do you talk like that? The Io I used to know talked more normally.
はあ、これ？私もキャラ付けに結構悩んでてな。もうずいぶん生きてるから、そろそろ貫禄出していこうかなーって。ロリババア的な。なかなかいい感じでしょ。
Oh. Everything about her image finally makes sense. I don't quite grasp what she's saying, but this mood, she's definitely
特進が言ったようじゃな。
Don't change the way you talk, so suddenly it's confusing. Anyway, I'm convinced it's you, but I wonder why my mom couldn't see you.
昔からそうじゃっただろう。誠とおじじにしか私のことは見えていなかった。
Always been that way. I realize that. I've never seen anything that everyone would consider strange. I've never seen anything that everyone would consider strange.
じゃろうな。誠には私が普通の人間に見えるじゃろ。だったら変に思う方がおかしい。血まみれの幽霊でも見たならまだしもな。それと、成長につれて見えなくなったのではないか？
Not quite sure, but I can converse better with people now. Mom told me I've become more composed as well.
そういうものじゃ。心の成長とともに見えるものが見えなくなってくる。そのうち見えていたことすら忘れてしまう。ずっと会ってなかったからの。霊視の力が戻らなんだらどうしようかと思ったが安心した。私のことをちゃんと見てくれたな。
Oh,
昔のように。
Imagine if like fucking like imaginary friends were actually literally just that, like weird ghosts that you lose the ability to see as you grow older. Strange powers called clairvoyance.
私と再会することで再び花開いたわけじゃな。私と誠の絆の力かな。誠の持つ稀有な資質じゃ。誇ってよい。
Her gift, eh? I definitely don't have a solid sense nor awareness of it. Although I do have an idea why. Gramps was the only person who actually listened to my stories. He listened carefully till the very end without giving me any strange looks or questioning my sanity. It's probably why I wasn't aware that I could see supernatural beings. There was someone else who understood. Everyone else is wrong. Only Gramps and I are right. That's what I always thought. See, it's not that there's something wrong with everyone, but it was just me and Gramps.
特別だったんじゃ。
You affirms what I murmured to myself. Special. Who, me? Me who's just literally living a boring college student life. I have a power no one else has. Like something from a manga. My head's starting to hurt.
叩きすぎたかな。
It's not that. That out aside. The order doesn't age. It can't be seen by ordinary people. Strange power called clairvoyance. None of this makes any sense. If Gramps was just like me, she could have talked to him more. Wanted to. But it's already impossible. Gramps, he passed away last month after all.
おじじのことは気の毒じゃったの。私も寂しい。じゃがあれも誠という後継者がいてくれて思い残すところはなかったじゃろ。
Successor?
この家と土地を受け継いだんじゃろ。
Oh yeah, he did put that in his will. It was unexpected though.
ならば資格は十分に有しておる。
Right to what?
まあそうせくな。誠よ、おじじから繰り返し聞かされた話は覚えておるか。坊主の話じゃ。
Yeah, about saving the souls of the perished or something.
他には
Something about having demons by their side. Why talk about fairy tales all of a
お
sudden?
とぎ話。本当にそう思っておるのか。
Of course, demons don't exist.
ほう、私を前にしてそのようなことを言うか。まだ半信半疑のようじゃの。
Well, it's not normal to accept everything without question in this situation.
ふむ、よかろう。誠に合わせたいものがおる。これから私たちと一緒に暮らすものじゃ。
We'll be living in what? What did you just say, us? What do you mean? I plan to live here alone.
聞きょ。
Io calls out to someone while completely ignoring my question. Sliding the door open slowly after a short pause.
失礼いたします。
Someone appears as a clear, soothing voice resounds through the room. It's a beautiful lady dressed in a kimono. No, it's not just a kimono. More like a mourning dress. She looks a little older than me.
はじめまして誠様。私の名は桔梗。先代にお仕えしておりました鬼にございます。
The lady gently returns a smile to my dumbfounded reaction. The demon? You gotta be kidding me. That's just no. Right? That's just crazy.
携帯は持っておるか。
Huh?
携帯じゃ。
Well, yeah, I do. He's gonna take a picture and she's not gonna be on the picture.
カメラを起動してレンズを桔梗に向けてみよ。
Why?
騙されたと思ってやってみてください。
Alright. My cell phone is placed on the low dining table. I pick it up as I tilt my head in confusion, put up the camera, and aim the lens at her. Huh?
何が映っていますか。
What? Well, you're...
私が
What the heck is this? I'm at a loss for words. You gotta be kidding me, right? Why isn't there anyone on the screen? No doubt she's sitting right over there. She smiles yet again. That was the angle I take, or even if I zoom in. The camera passes through Kikyo and shows only the hallway. Is it broken? No, wait, everything other than Kikyo shows up on screen just fine. What's going on?
今度はこれじゃ。私も映してみよう。
She thrusts a hand mirror out towards me and sits next to Kikyo. Do as I'm told and aim the mirror at Io. No idea how to react. You have a reflection. Io?
そのまま見ておれ。
What? As if suddenly merging into the background, Io's reflection disappears from the mirror. She hasn't even moved an inch. She's right there in front of me, beside Kikyo. Still, there's no one being reflected off the mirror. What's going on? Something crazy's happening here.
信じたか？我らが人ならざるものだと。
I can barely respond as my voice fails to come out. Can't believe, but I can't help but believe now that I've seen this much. Demons. Things that can't be seen by normal people. There's one right in front of me at this moment.
ふむ、結構。信じてくれたようで何よりじゃ。
I understand she's a demon now, but give me a minute. This is way beyond my comprehension. So, what happens now? You said I'm Gramps' successor, but what should I do?
ある大事なお役目を。
Mission? That's news to me.
まことよ。混乱しておるのはわかる。だが落ち着き、心して聞け。これは直命である。
Imperial Order? Are you the Emperor?
すまぬ。言い過ぎた。だが大事な話じゃ。代々託し託され、今おじじから誠へと受け継がれた大事な鏡家の役目を伝える。聞いてくれるか？
Yeah, I instinctively fixed my posture after seeing Io's expression suddenly turn serious. Kneel with my heels on my buttocks, sit upright, and tensely await her next words.
鏡誠。いや、鏡家八代目当主よ。お主にこの町の守護を命ず。桔梗ら鬼を率い、その務めを果たせ。
Yes! Come again? Whew. I gave a sigh of relief after cleaning my room to some extent. Decided to use the only Western-style room in this house on the second floor as my room. It apparently used to be my dad's. Since it has been used in a long time, it had no furniture in it. It was completely bare, so I was able to nearly recreate my room from back home. I actually wanted to take my time in cleaning up, but I did it in a jiffy, probably because I wanted to take my mind off things. I set aside the topic about being the head of the Kagami family for a while. There was too much information and I couldn't absorb it so quickly. That's why I put my thoughts and the events in order as I was unpacking. First, the people who I thought were maids were actually demons serving Gramps. Second, there may be demons with strange appearances, but there are also plenty of demons like Io and Kikyo who look like normal people. Third, ordinary people can't see demons. So my relatives were freaked out by me when I talked about the maids. It was back when I was around 7 or 8, so I don't quite remember. It was surprising for me to get the weird kid treatment. Gotta think of it. It was the time when Mom and Dad stopped taking me to this house. My eccentricity might have been the reason. When Gramps fell ill and kept getting confined to the hospital a few years back, I went to visit him there many times, but I didn't come here. That's why my memories of this house ended when I was young. Feel bad about that now. Lastly, fourth, I'll be living with you and Kikyo from now on. Actually, it's more like I barged into their lives. Io's been living in this house since before I was even born. It's unfortunate that I won't be living alone. Still, I feel grateful that they're both visible to me. If I couldn't see them, it'd be like my family. I'd be like my family getting spooked over this haunted house. My dad apparently got so traumatized that he left his house to move into a dorm when he was in middle school. Okay, that's not really important.
Makoto-sama.
I hear Kikyo's voice from outside the room. Tell her to enter and the door opens.
そろそろご夕食はいかがでしょうか。それともお風呂がよろしいですか。
Oh, a dinner please.
かしこまりました。 お母様が用意してくださったお食事を温め直しますね。誠様は居間でお待ちくださいませ。
Okay, thanks. Oh, by the way,
はい。
don't call me Master Makoto. You can just call me by my name.
そういうわけには、主に無礼があってはいけませんので。
Gramps is your master, right? I don't want any of that.
よくありません。先代より誠様にお仕えするよう言いつけられております。どんと構えるのもお役目のうちでございますよ。
I don't really get it. Well, whatever.
はい。
And one more thing. When I was young, Miss Kiku, you were...
貴教と家人に敬称をつけるなどなりません。
Okay. It's quite complicated. Even if you suddenly tell me to act superior...
何でしょうか。
say, Kikyo. I don't recall you being here when I was young. How long have you been around?
私はつい最近でございます。先代の鬼ではございますが、誠様にお役目をお伝えするためだけに生まれました。先代の死の間際に。
For me?
はい。私は誠様のためだけに存在する鬼でございます。
Oh. How should I say this? Oh, yeah, what about the others? They aren't here?
はい。他の鬼たちは先代のおそばに行きましたので。
I see. Everyone's gone. The memories are vague. Do you remember their faces? Everyone was kind. I loved them all. It's too bad.
では、お食事のご用意をいたします。しばらくお待ちくださいませ。
Yes, please.
こういう時は一言。頼むと。
Oh, go ahead.
はい。
Kikyo leaves the room with a satisfied smile on her face. I feel like I'm in a different era. Feels like I've traveled through time. I don't know if I can get used to this new lifestyle. Now then! I want to clean up a bit more, but I should get going since I was told to wait in the living room. Leave my room and descend the stairs to the first floor. As I'm about to enter the living room, I stop in my tracks. There's a room at the end of the hallway beyond the living room. Gramps used to warn me that this was the only room I wasn't allowed to enter. The forbidden room. Thought it was Gramps' hobby room, but I was wrong. It was Eo's room. Tried to sneak in before, but I couldn't because it was locked. No one's ever been inside, not even my family. Makes it all more tempting, don't you think? Eo, you in here? I walk towards the end of the hallway and knock on the door. I'm pretty sure she wouldn't refuse me entering there.
何？入っていいよ。
Excuse me? Taken aback by her straightforward reply, I opened the door. It's probably just a normal room. I figured I'd be disappointed if I set my expectations too high, but what the fuck? Does she have like fucking... How many fucking towers does she have? The heck is this? I enter the room and get taken aback. So many monitors, you would wonder if they were all needed. Several humongous desktop towers are lined up on the shelf with a bunch of cables protruding from them. Such a high-tech room.
何？
What is it, you ask? What the heck is this room?
私の部屋だけど。ああ、火薬早く火薬して！
You violently mashes the button on her controller while squinting at the monitor. What are you playing?
ドラゴニックファンタジー。はあ、もう違う敵殴らないでよね。
I haven't heard of that. Is it an online game?
うん。ああ、もうだから竹飛んでるっつうのクソだっか。
Sound pretty vulgar right now.
ゲーム中はキャラ作ってる余裕ないの。
Oh, I see. Anyway, you're in a tracksuit. What happened to your kimono? Also, you've got your bangs up.
久しぶりに会うから気合い入れてただけ。こっちが普段着。よし、いける。殺せ死ね。
and even wearing a tracksuit is repeatedly shouting die while playing an online game in a high-spec room with an AC on full blast. Is this okay? This is completely different from my perception of her. She's perfectly utilizing today's modern technology.
で何？
Oh, that's that banana.
このダンジョン終わったら行く。
Got it.
だからヘイト考えろってもう
I remember my days in WoW. My days of invalidating the tank because for some reason my fucking hunter pet tanked better than every fucking tank I've had. Basically, I had like the weird magma. Hold on, I'll look up the fucking English name of the fucking thing. Nah, that doesn't help. Know what the actual English fucking name? Beat the shit. Just look up Molten Core then. Look at Molten Core. They should be an enemy type in the Molten Core. Core Hounds. That's what they were called. Basically, I had like a Core Hound hunter pet that had lick wounds because it was DPS. And because of that singular ability, it managed to just be like 10 times better at tanking than our tank. Because it would just like run into the enemies, pull every single bit of fucking aggro, and then just heal. And become immortal. Quietly step out of the room as to not disturb her. I'm pretty sure the other players wouldn't imagine they're fighting alongside a non-human. Now he's even crazier than fiction. Seriously. Sit on a floor cushion and observe Kikyo's movements. She comes and goes from the kitchen to the living room and sets the dishes on the low table. Curry, soup, salad, for some reason, braised radish. Smells good. Looks good too.
疲れた。ゲームをすると腹が減るの。お、カレーか。いいのいいの。
You enters the living room while rubbing her tummy. Is she some old man? She's got a belly button out.
どうぞ、お茶です。
Thanks, right, all complete.
はい。では、ごゆっくりと。
You won't eat, Kikyo?
これはお母様が誠様のためにご用意したお食事でございますから、私が口にするわけには。私の分もないではないか。なぜじゃあ、私も食べたい。私どもはいつも通り出前を頼もうかと。ピザもそばももう飽きたのじゃ。誠と一緒のがいい。
This is what you've been eating all this time? That's what you've been eating all this time?
買い物に行くわけにもいかんじゃろ。ネットで注文、カードで支払い、玄関に置いておけとメモ。誰に会わずとも食事にありつける。便利な世の中になったもんじゃ。
I see. You use Gramps' credit card?
はい。 いくばくかの生活費を残してくださったので。
See, so that's how you've been surviving. Alright, let's eat together from now on.
いいのか？
Sure, seems like Mom made a lot after all. There's enough for 3 people, you don't have to hold back.
しかし、イオ様はともかく、私は、主と食事をご一緒するなどいけません。
Go ahead! It really doesn't suit me to act all superior.
では、私は別室で。桔梗、誠の意を組んでやれ。わかりました。ご一緒させていただきます。
Good, let's eat together.
はい。ではもう少々お待ちくださいませ。
She flashes a slightly worried smile and returns to the kitchen. We're gonna live on the same roof. It's a bit awkward to have our meals separately.
久々の手料理じゃ。うまいの。
You're eating already. Wait until Kiku comes back. Desires that's mine.
誠のものは私のものじゃ。お主はサラダでも食っとれ。ちょっと辛いの。私は甘口が好きだ。だがうまい。
I want to be treated to a formally video. You have absolutely no intention of respecting me, eh?
なぜ敬わねばならん。誠の家来にあったつもりはないぞ。
Why not? Isn't that what demons are supposed to do?
誰が鬼じゃ誰が。
You're not a demon?
なんじゃ、そんな勘違いしておったのか。違う。私は鬼ではない。
So what are you?
おじじが話したのは坊主と鬼と、なんじゃった？
Those stories. Huh, you don't mean?
そう。何を隠そうこの私は。かの有名な座敷わらしじゃ。
Huh?
座敷わらしじゃ。なんじゃその顔は。
Where can you find a Tashkirashi that's an online game addict who wears a tracksuit?
ここにいる。
She points at herself. So suspicious, I can't trust her.
疑っておるのか。
I mean, what's up with your hair? Did you dye it?
ちげえじゃ。
Huh, Tashkirashi should have black hair, right? You don't look the least bit Japanese. How suspicious.
いいのか？私の機嫌を損ねて。座敷わらしはいたずら好きと相場が決まっておる。想像を絶するいたずらを仕掛けるぞ。毎日。
But I like how Tashkirashi, like in fucking like folktale canon, quote unquote, are just lucky home gremlins. Like lucky cheeky home gremlins. How petty. Like what, for example?
そうじゃの。昔よくやったのがあれじゃな。私が見えないことが条件じゃが、こう手に赤い絵の具を塗りたくるじゃろ。それでの洗面所で顔を洗っておるものにそーっと近づいて鏡をバーンじゃ。突然血の手形がついてギャーと悲鳴を上げる様が愉快での。誠の父親なんぞ幼少の頃それで腰抜かしおったわ。
Hey, hold on a sec.
ん？
So you were the one who traumatized my dad!
この家で起こった心霊現象のすべては私の可愛いいたずらじゃな。
What are you so proud of? Why are you bringing fear instead of happiness? You really aren't at Sashiki Warashiki.
ほー、まだ言うか。試しに家を出てみようか。服を呼ぶ私がいなくなったら、この家一瞬で没落するぞ。いいのか？
I'm sorry, please don't.
わかればよい、わかれば。
She hums cheerfully to herself and chomps down on her spoon. Sashiki Warashi usually have an innocent image to them. Is it okay for her to be so evil? She was saying die a moment ago, too.
どうぞ。伊予様の分、お持ちいたしました。
That's not how she react, right? You've already eaten. That's my portion.
私は2人分食べる。だがサラダはくれてやろう。
What a glutton.
誠様の分、お持ちいたします。
Kikyo gingerly smiles at Iyo, who just secured carrier for 2 before returning to the kitchen. She takes a seat beside Iyo after bringing her back portions for me and herself. Alright, so once again, let's dig in.
はい、いただきます。あ、おかわり
Go chomp on that plate.
冗談の通じんやつじゃの
Well, we also begin to eat our meal after Iyo. Oh, it's good. Be able to eat my mom's cooking for a while, so I forgot to savor it.
へへ、魔法よよ。
Huh?
さて、誠よ。
Got curry around your mouth.
細かいの。話が進まんじゃろ。イオ様。
Kikyo grabs a tissue and stretches out her hand. Iyo continues while having her mouth wiped.
さっきの、話の続きじゃ。そろそろ聞く準備もできておるじゃろ。
Oh, yeah, about becoming the 8th head. No, the protector of this town? It's a bit of a stretch to call me the 8th and present head of the family, eh? Anyway, what should I do as the protector of this town? Should I be fighting monsters with demons?
中二か。
Hey.
怒るな。キキョ、話してやれ。
はい。誠様のお役目は、町をさまよう霊魂を鎮めることにございます。
Appease, what do you mean?
もちろん戦ったりはせんぞ。主に対話じゃな。何か理由があってこの世に留まっている連中を、あるべき場所へ送ってやる。それが誠の役目じゃ。
So, to help them depart in peace, basically.
はい。何も難しく考える必要はありませんし、お役目を生活の中心に据えていただく必要もございません。もし目の届く範囲、手の届く範囲に、行き先を見失った者たちがいたのなら、手を差し伸べてほしい。たったそれだけでございます。
I could sort of understand.
どうやって成仏させるかは、その霊が抱える問題による。ここでは話しようがない。明日にでも霊を探しに出かけてみるといいじゃろ。実際に会ってみんことにはピンとこんじゃろうしな。
Maybe you're right, but I've got a question. May not be nice to ask this right off the bat, but what happens to a soul if I fail to notice it and it keeps on wandering?
多くの場合は勝手に成仏するか、同じ行動を繰り返すか。特別何か起こるということは稀じゃのう。
So why should I perform my mission?
霊とは本来、どこ世にあるべき存在です。うつしをさまよっているのは、強い思い入れや無念がある者、弔ってもらえなかった者、死にすら気づいていない者。
I was told apparently this game is depression. One of the girls is gonna be a lost soul that hasn't realized they died, and the route is like just yes, help her pass on, which would make it like 7 lives light, I think. That's what it was called, right? I fucking forget. The one with the about the fucking girl that's like turns into a different girl every week over the course of the game, and the MC has to help them pass on peacefully, and it's apparently big depressing. And I think like Scott's favorite character was like called Sakura or something. Anyways.
そういった者たちでございます。確かに捨ておいても多くはうつしおに影響がございません。ですが、
手を差し伸べねば永遠にさまようことになるかもしれぬ。死してなお、なぜそのような苦痛を味わわねばならぬのか。成仏できぬ死者で溢れる町がなぜ正常と言えるのか。誠の役目は精一杯生きた者たちをもう休んでいいんだよとそっと抱きしめてやることじゃ。立派な仕事だとは思わんか？
So that's the mission Gramps was doing.
おじじのおじじも、そのまたおじじも、この町は鏡家がずっと見守ってきたわけじゃな。やりたくないというのならば止めんがの。なんじゃその沈黙は。
I was locked in thought. I'll do it. I don't think that's a wonderful job.
いい返事じゃ。期待しておるぞ。
私もお手伝いさせていただきます。何かあれば
Whoops.
何なりと。
Yeah, I think I'll ask a lot of questions. Anyone like try going out tomorrow? Wanna try meeting a lost soul like you said?
ほうほう、積極的じゃの。もっと、こう、ごねるかと思ったんじゃが、ありえないとか。
I can accept pretty much anything except you being a Tsashiki Warashiki.
なんじゃ、まだ疑っておるのか。
I keep calling it Tsashiki Warashiki. It's not Warashiki, it's Warashi. Tsashiki Warashi. Yeah.
いいよ様、またお口元が。
拭いて。
はいはい。
Io pouts her mouth and Ikikyo gently wipes it. I also shout out at McCurry while warmly watching over them. Feels like I've come back to my childhood days. Played so hard with you. The maids were around. Such nostalgic childhood memories. These memories might be the reason why I can remain so calm. But honestly speaking, I'm still confused. Half of me still has no idea what's going on. Part of me wonders why I accepted this situation. But if it's a job Gramps has always done, he really entrusted this mission to me. I will do everything I can to meet his expectation. After all, I couldn't be there. It was a moment of death. I want this to be my final way of paying respect to him, at least. Right. Do my best starting tomorrow. This is way beyond what I expected, though.
おかわり。
Oh, me too.
はい、すぐお持ちいたします。
My new life's about to begin. Opening time? This feels like opening time. Now, August 20th, apparently. Yeah, that's still a few days away. That's my second day living in Gramps' place. Wake up extra early to unpack my remaining luggage. Got a lot of things to do today, after all. Gotta cross out the troublesome tasks off my list first.
なんじゃこれは。難しそうな本じゃの。
It's a reference book used for my lectures. I can barely understand its contents.
ほう、大学で使っておるのか。どこにしまえばよいかな。
Just leave it there. I'll take it up to my room later.
心得た。
Breeze through unpacking with Io's help. A faint, delicious scent wafts in from the kitchen. I know that it's already time for lunch. But I was able to organize quite a lot. I'll come back to this later.
誠様、伊代様、お食事の準備ができました。
Great timing.
もうそんな時間か。メニューは何かな。
Stew, perhaps. Mom made some with the curry yesterday.
はい、お米も炊いたのですが、必要なかったでしょうか。
いるいる。シチューかける。
I don't need it now, but I might have some later.
かしこまりました。すぐにお持ちいたしますね。
She retreats into the kitchen and briefly returns with dishes on a tray. She finishes setting the table after making several trips back to the kitchen. Cream stew and yesterday's braised leftovers. Have a decent meal today, thanks to Mom. Alright, let's dig in.
いただきます。
いただきます。
Scoop up the food and savor it after cooling it down with my breath. Good. Mom made a lot, so I won't have to worry about food for a while. We still have some more left for the three of us. Thanks, Mom. Thanks, Mom.
ああ、そうでした。一つご報告が。
は？
誠様のお母様が作ってくださったお食事ですが、残りが少々怪しくなってまいりました。
は？
お夕飯は3人分には足りないかもしれません。
Huh? What about yesterday's curry? There should still be some left.
そのはずだったんですが。
Yo. Kikyo apologetically casts her eyes down, and I notice how Io averts her gaze at the same time. What's with that look?
何がじゃ。はあ、残 ねんじゃな。もうしばらくは手料理を楽しめるかと思ったんじゃが。
So it's you.
何の話かの。
Spill.
遅くまでゲームしてて、夜中にお腹空いたから、
You ate it?
うん。
All of it.
全部。
You had so many servings yesterday. Yet you still ate last night.
まこちゃんだっておかわりした。
Don't call me that out of the blue! I only had seconds once. I didn't even eat 4 bowls like you.
もっと大事に食べればよかった。
She trembles all over while gripping the spoon tightly. She doesn't feel sorry about it at all.
今日のお夕飯からどうしましょう。食材さえご用意していただければ私が何とかいたします。
Oh, you can cook.
最低限ではありますが、一応は買い物は無理なので誠様にお願いすることになってしまい恐縮ですが。
Sure, that's fine. I'll go do that.
ダメじゃ、許さん。
Why not?
あまり桔梗に頼りすぎては誠のためにならん。のう、桔梗よ。
This is an emergency fucking situation because you ate the fucking curry!
ああ、はい。
So you're telling me to cook my own meal?
そうではないが、それに近い。とにかく、桔梗に頼りすぎるな。ただでさえ右も左もわからん時期じゃからの。依存心が芽生えてしまっては誠がダメになる。食事は、そうじゃな。この後出かけるんじゃろ。帰りに弁当でも買ってまいれ。久しぶりに大木屋のデラックス幕の内が食べたいの。
Okia, you mean the box lunch store in the shopping district? I already mind, but can I ask something?
なんじゃ。
We're having problems with food because of you, yet why are you acting all haughty?
はい、すみません。
食べましょう。冷めてしまいます。
Yeah, and as you mentioned, I plan to go out after eating. Could you teach me about my mission?
はい、ご同道させていただきます。
励めよ。
Again with the haughtiness.
カレーのことはもう忘れました。
Wow, you're the worst. Continue with our meal after having unimportant conversations. After this, I can finally begin my mission. I don't know what'll happen. I'm filled with both expectation and uneasiness. Watch him not find a singular lost soul. I'll leave the house with Kikyo after resting for a while, after lunch. Now I hope I can learn more about my mission. I'm supposed to look for wandering souls in this town, right?
はい。
How'd I do that? By looking at them straight up?
そうですね。私が霊を感知できれば早いのですが、なかなかそういうわけにも。見かけたとしても霊だと気づけないこともあります。事故で亡くなった方などは事故当時の傷が残っている場合があるので見た目で判断できるのですが、自分が死んでいると気づいていない方などは本当に普通の人間のように振る舞っておいでですので、簡単には。
I see. Because I can only tell from the reactions of people around me.
そうなります。
It's hard. If I can find any at all.
見つけられないのが普通と考えていただいても。ですが、ここ数年は体調のこともあり、先代がお役目を十分に果たせていなかったようですの
That
で。
might be an influx. There might be a higher encounter rate.
はい。しばらく忙しくなるかもしれません。
Got it. Anyway, let's try walking around this area.
はい、かしこまりました。
Is it better to go on to unpopulated areas?
いえ、その限りでは。
See, looks like we have to search for them the good old-fashioned way. Proceed freely while talking with Kikyo. It's been a while since I walked around town like this. Still don't understand my mission, but I guess I'll take this opportunity to have a leisurely walk and to reminisce. At least that was my plan. So hot. Give up after an hour from the sweltering heat. Run to into an arcade and shopping district for shade and gulp down some cold tea. Rock you, Kikyo.
いえ、私は汗はかいておりませぬので。
Should be hot for you in those clothes. Demons sure are incredible.
いえ、ほとんど人と変わりありませんよ。ただ私が食事などをあまり必要としていないだけで。
You don't eat much.
はい。ですが、他の鬼はもっと食べると思いますよ。イオ様くらい。
Starting to get worried about our budget. Quickly scanned the surroundings with the plastic bottle still in my mouth. Don't sense anything out of the ordinary. Just an average day. Seems to doubt there are actually any ghosts.
そうですね。もともと死があふれるような町ではございませんから。先代も一月か二月に一人見かけると、最近はよく霊に出会うと感じるほどだと。
See, that's a lot for 1 year, considering that there's one every few months. How about that sleeping man over there?
昼間から飲んだくれているただの人間。
Do animals count? How about that cat that's been staring at us for a while now?
お店の看板猫。
How about that worn down bicycle?
物に魂が宿ることはありますが、あれはただの放置自転車でしょうね。
I see. Take another sip of tea. It's been like this for the past hour. The guy lying down on the bench, a park bench, is just a homeless person. The guy holding a camera and standing very still near the train tracks is just another train fanatic. No ghosts in sight. The encounter rate is so low. It should be better if there weren't any at all, but it still hasn't hit me. It's like someone's pulling my leg.
誠様。もう少々声を抑えた方がよろしいかと。私の姿が他の方々に見えていないことをお忘れなきよう。
Realize that other people are shooting glances my way. Female student nearby staring at me. Display window behind us only shows my reflection, which means I'm a completely suspicious person.
と思われかねないですね。
Shall we go?
はい。
You are on the main menu. Huh? Someone called out to me as soon as I stood up. It was that girl staring at me earlier. What is it? She wouldn't call the cops, would she?
突然ごめんなさい。少しだけいいですか？
Sure, what is it?
犬を探してるんですが、見ませんでしたか？
A dog.
はい、芝なんです。豆柴。これくらいの大きさでちっちゃくて。
She tries very hard to with gestures to describe her dog to me. You see, she's looking for her dog.
それでおまぬけな顔もしてて、こんな説明じゃわかんないですよね。
Do you have a picture?
なくて。
See? Alright, sure. Stray dogs are a rare sight around here, so I think I'd know when I see them. I'll let you know when I find them.
ありがとうございます。よかった。親切にしてくれたのはあなた方が初めてです。ありがとうございます。
Ghost. She sees Kikyo. Other people have not been kind to her. Ghost.
私、滝川小鳥って言います。商店街を出て、まっすぐ進んだところにある家に住んでます。これもわかんないですよね。ごめんなさい。私、携帯とか持ってなくて。
So you're Takigawa then. Don't worry, I think I can find you in the telephone directory.
はい。では、よろしくお願いします。失礼します。
She takes a bow of gratitude and scuttles away. She's wearing a uniform even though it's summer vacation. She must have found her dog was missing after coming home from club activities. That's a pity. Got no luck with my mission, but I guess I should help out with the dog search.
はい。ですが。
The mission should be prioritized.
いえ、そのようなことは。あの子、あなた方と。私のこと、見えていました。
Huh. It's like me.
はい。霊視の力を持つ少女。めったにいるものではございません。この出会い、大切にした方がよろしいかと。
Which means I should go dog hunting?
賛成です。
Good. Let's start looking from the opposite direction of where she went.
はい。
Toss the plastic bottle into the garbage bin and head out. A girl with the same power as me and Gramps. Yeah, a girl as a guy that doesn't sound bad at all. Better work hard. What I didn't know was that meeting her would have a profound effect on my destiny. At least at that time. Just kidding.
はい。
That's nothing. Let's go.
はい。
We walk for a while after that, and despite walking quite a distance, we come up with nothing. No dog, nor any signs of ghosts. For I know what the sun's setting.
今日はこれくらいにしておきましょう。随分と歩きました。
Yeah, let's. Though we came up with nothing, we postponed the search for dogs and ghosts and head back home. We returned to the shopping district once more to buy the night's dinner.
のり弁2つとデラックス幕の内のお客様。
Yes?
1500円です。
Here's the exact amount.
毎度ありがとうございます。
He sounds as lifeless as a store attendant would sound. That's very, very immersive. Take the plastic bag with the lunch boxes and walk towards Kikyo, who was waiting a slight distance away. So to keep you waiting, yours was the most expensive.
こういうことも私ができればよかったのですが。
Yeah, it's fine. It's not much trouble anyway. I was told not to rely much on you too. Let's go.
はい、お持ちいたします。
It's okay. We walk with plastic bag in hand. Still stopping my tracks after a few steps.
誠様？
Can we take a detour?
はい、もちろん。
Thanks. After leaving the shopping district, I turn left to the street where we usually turn right. Try to take the path with the least amount of people. Figure I'll find the dog faster that way. But I still can't find it. Guess it's not that easy. At least wanted to find the dog, even if I couldn't find the ghost. Let's call it a day.
はい。
Let's drop by the convenience store and buy tomorrow's breakfast while we're out and about. So I'm about to call it quits, huh? The girl from earlier is standing at the side of the road, staring absent-mindedly into the distance. Take a close look and find a dog at her feet. It's a tiny Shiba. Oh, good. She found him. It's kind of sad to just pass by. I better call out to her. Hey, Takigawa. On noticing me, she flashes me a smile and totters over. Hey, good to see you found your dog.
小太郎見つかったんですか？
Huh? Huh? Find?
すみません。小太郎って名前で見つかりましたか？
The dogs.
誠様、
Kika whispers in my ear to interrupt me.
見えていないようです。
What? Oh, the dog's dead. I glanced at Takigawa's feet. The dog's wagging its tail and sitting up to snuggle to her. There's no way she hasn't noticed. She's acting like he's not around. Can't be.
はい。すでに、うつしおの住人ではないのでしょう。
Oh, that's nothing. We couldn't find her dog.
そうですか。
Sorry I wasn't of any help.
いえ、こんな時間まで探してくれてありがとうございます。
No, I was just strolling around because I had something else to do. Looked so absent-minded earlier. Something wrong.
してました？
Are you alright? I live nearby, so you could come to rest. Saying that out of the blue just makes me look suspicious.
いえありがとうございます。大丈夫です。ここ散歩コースなんです。いつもこのくらいの時間にこの道を通ってました。だからこの辺歩いてれば会えないかなって。でも会えませんでした。どこ行っちゃったんでしょうね、小太郎ってば。
I don't know what to say to her. You can tell she's anxious and worried, even though she tries to act all cheerful. Couldn't possibly say anything reckless to make her feel better.
あ、そうだ。お名前。
I'm Kagami. Makoto Kagami.
鏡さんですね。今日はありがとうございました。じゃあ、私、もうちょっとそこら辺見てくるので。
Right? Careful. I'll keep helping you until we find them.
ありがとうございます。ではでは、失礼します。
She takes a bow and hurries away. Looks like the dog was going to chase after her, but he stays put. Still seated, he wags his tail. He watches his owner go away. Can't bring myself to just watch him, so I gently pat his head. So you could touch ghosts too. You can feel his soft fur. You definitely feel his presence. And yet, you can't feel his body heat.
霊には血が通っておりませんので。
I should explain to her that the dog's been desperately searching. That she's been desperately searching for. He's already dead.
そうですね。しかしなぜ気がつかなかったのでしょうか。私の姿は見えたのに。
You're clueless, and so am I. Besides, I wonder why this dog didn't run after her. Already found his master.
もしかしたら、
Yeah.
この場所に何かあるのかもしれません。伝えたい何かが。
Something. She said this was their usual path. I can understand if he was waiting for her over here. But other than that, there would be no other reason to remain in this area. Something happened to him in this place. Something is binding him to this area. I have no clue. I'd expect to find both the dog and the ghost. Disgrace.
一度家に戻りましょう。これ以上はお体に触ります。
Got it. We'll be back, okay? Could you wait for us? Says as stand up and ruffle his head. The dog doesn't move from that area. His beady eyes stare back at me whenever I turn to look at him. Probably died on that path.
犬の霊と不完全な霊視の力を持つ少女か。興味深いの。
Io nods in deep thought while picking off the flesh on a grilled salmon. This is a rare case, according to her.
しかしどういうわけでしょう。鬼が見えて霊が見えない道理はないはずですが。
ありえんというわけでもない。誠と会話をしている気境が見えた。ならば誠が撫でている犬であれば見えていたかもしれんな。
What do you mean?
特になんてことない写真でもここの模様が顔に見えると誰かが言えばそう見えてくるものじゃろ。
So you mean the girl became aware of Kikyo when we were having a conversation?
そういうことじゃな。おそらくは意識の外にある存在に自ら目を向けられるほどその娘の力は強くないんじゃろう。あと考えられるのは
So basically it's a case of it's not strong enough for her to take notice of them on her own unless her attention is actively like pointed at them. Kind of like, I guess a good comparison would be the whole witch invisibility in Sabre the Witch, where they are there, people can see them, they just don't notice them.
いや、やめておこう。憶測だけならばいくらでもできる。今はとにかくその犬じゃん。
はい。あのまま縛り付けておくのはあまりにも不憫。 誠様、どうか救ってあげていただけないでしょうか。
Of course. It's just... I think I finally get it.
ん
It's a heavy burden. It's a mission of mine.
そうじゃろうな。死に関わるということは、残された者たちにも関わるということじゃ。その犬だけでなく、飼い主の娘の魂をも救う。この町に住む者たちに心の平穏を。それが鏡家の通したる誠の役目じゃぞ。
Yeah. Still don't feel like I'm the head. I finally feel the responsibility. Gotta do this right. I don't want to screw up for her sake as well.
触れたか？
Don't be silly. Jump on a fried white meat fish while giving a soft retort. Finally feel up to the challenge. What to do? Quickest way would be to get Takigawa to notice the ghost.
見える保証はないぞ。あくまでも憶測じゃ。
You're right. I can't just tell her that a dog is there. Wouldn't believe it if it was me. Because it's just too heartbreaking if she did.
ならば、確実に目で見えるものを探してやればよい。
Like what?
遺体じゃ。
That's the dog in itself.
ある意味、霊体に気づかせるよりも残酷ではあるが、それが一番良い。遺体を見つけ、飼い主の娘と共に弔ってやれ。さすれば犬も成仏できよう。
Let's see, the corpse.
おそらくあの付近に、自分はここにいると伝えたいのではないかと。
Want to look for it, but that place is a residential area. All appears suspicious. There's also a chance someone already picked it up. Could probably talk to the dog if all else fails.
ああ、それならば可能ですよ。
Huh? A piece of vegetable drops out of my gaping mouth at her surprising statement. For real? Demons can talk to animals?
私には無理ですが、可能なものを生むことはできます。
鬼は新たな鬼を生み出すことができる。そしてその主は、生み出される鬼にある程度任意の能力を与えることができる。
Powers? Me? I can give powers.
はい。お役目に必要な能力を誠様のご随意に。
How about the power to stop time?
そこまでは無理じゃ。限度がある限度が。中二か。
Shut up. Anyway, what powers do you have,
そう
Kikyo?
ですね。私は少々特殊な鬼でございますので、ただ強いて言うならば、誠様のお世話をするために必要な知識と、主のおそばを離れても活動できるだけの力を与えられております。
The master, you mean Gramps?
はい。本来、鬼の生と死は主と共にありますので、そういった意味で、私は本来の鬼とは性質が異なります。
See, that's why everyone died with him. They left Kikyo here for me. So you could conjure a demon who could talk to animals then?
そのような限定的な能力でよろしいですか？
そんな力、次はいつ活用できるかわからんぞ。例は動物ばかりではない。
Ah, so that's what you meant. Yeah. What power did Gramps give his demon?
そうじゃのう。おじじが最も頼りにしとったのは、ボタンという鬼じゃ。残留思念を読み取る能力を持っておった。物や土地にとどまった思念。人や動物の声にならぬ声。そういうものを読み取ることができる。
See, if it's multi-purpose, maybe I could use that instead of the power to talk with animals. I could use it where the dog left its memory.
なぜ動かないのか、その理由がわかるかもしれません。
See, sounds nice. Might be able to use it for purposes other than my mission.
鬼の力を乱用するのは感心せんが。まあおすすめじゃな。最初に生み出しておくとよい。頼りになるぞ。
Yeah, I'll do that. I'm counting on you, Kikyo.
はい。では、鬼を生む準備に入ります。ですが、
Oops.
私一人では。
I see. I have to give it powers, right? What should I do?
そうですね。まずは誠様にこれから生まれてくる鬼を強く思い描いていただくこと。鬼の外見と力はその思いに左右されます。
From an image. Got it.
次に主従の紐付けを行うためにあるものを分け与えていただきます。
Something like what?
誠様の魂が色濃く溶けた血液を。
Blood. That's very vampire-esque.
当たらずも遠からずでしょうか。鬼は人の生き血を好みますので。
Live blood. How much do you need?
ほんの少しで問題ありません。お体に触るほどの量では。
He's like, how much do you need? Just like, there's plenty. That's no big deal.
その程度というがの、儀式の最中、血の匂いに酔った鬼が正気を失い、主を食い殺すこともあり得る。
Seriously?
恥ずかしながらありえないとは。
無事儀式が済んだとしてもじゃ。鬼は生き血を好むと言ったろう。常に吸血衝動と戦っておる。その衝動に負ければ、わかるじゃろう。
I'll become their meal.
そういうことも起こりうる。まあ、もちろんそうならぬよう、鏡家は鬼を従える術を研鑽してきたわけじゃがな。鬼は主に危害を加えられん。そういう風になっておる。
I see.
多分、
Probably.
世の中に絶対はない。
ですが誠様、安心していただけるかは分かりませんが、吸血衝動は抗えないほどではございません。食事や睡眠で収まる程度です。ですから主を食い殺すなどよほどのことがなければ起こりえません。
I see.
二代目は鬼に食われて死んでおるがの。
What's your deal? Are you trying to make me feel nervous?
鬼を刺激するリスクを包み隠さず伝えておるだけじゃ。鏡家当主がその程度で不安になってどうする。
Still.
まあ、二代目の時代はまだ鬼を刺激する術が未熟だった。先ほども言ったが、今はそうではない。儀式以外でも日常的に血を求めるが、時折少量与えてやれば落ち着く。いきなり噛みつかれることもないじゃろう。ただ、ゼロではないと肝に銘じておけ。この世ならざる者を従えるとは、そういうことじゃ。
Got it.
よろしい。卑怯、儀式の準備じゃ。
はい、
勢い余って誠の喉笛を噛みちぎらんようにの。
はい、承知しております。
Why you?
まずは食事じゃ。しっかりと食っておけ。
Yeah. Forget it. I'll take a bath first. Is the bath all warmed up?
はい、沸いておりますが、
I've
お
lost
食事
my
はどうされま
appetite.
すか。
I've lost my appetite.
もったいない。食べていい？
Go ahead. Put my chopsticks down and get up. Can't seem to calm down. Walk hastily out of the living room before anyone could notice.
誠様に嫌われてしまいましたでしょうか。生き血を好む汚らわしい鬼と。
さて、その程度の器では当主は務まらんが、ちょいと脅しすぎたかの。
I sit with my knees clasped in the bathtub. I feel like I'll get dizzy too soon because I'm super nervous. We reformed some parts of the house, particularly the wet areas. When I wasn't around, when I wasn't around, so the bathroom's rather neat. That's why I feel like I've escaped to a different dimension. Doesn't mean I'm any less nervous, though. Demons love blood, huh? Invisible to people. They don't show up in mirrors or photographs. But the aura they project isn't otherworldly at all. They look like normal girls to me. That's probably why I took it too lightly. The existence of demons. I don't fear Kikyo at all. Fortunately, I started fearing for my life a little bit. The biggest factor is my inability to deal with things. I changed from a normal college student to the present head of the Kagami family. Couldn't have imagined it being I'd be in such an unrealistic situation a few days back. Thought my ordinary life would just continue forever. Nah, my unbelievably boring life would have continued. This may have been a good turning point. How she's doing? Haven't seen her in a long time. There's sounds from the washroom. Someone there. Wait, hold on a sec.
マコト久しぶりに一緒にお風呂入ろうぜ
Hey! The door opens with tremendous force and Io barges in. You rascal. What are you doing here?
何ってお風呂一緒に入ろうよ
As if!
なんじゃ浴場しておるのかこのロリボディに
Don't be silly, what are you thinking?
ごちゃごちゃ言わず湯船から出ろほれ背中を流してやる
You don't have
ほれほ
to!
れ遠慮するな
That's not the issue here.
どうしてそこまでうろたえておるまさか本当に私に浴場しておるのかそれで湯船から出られんのか
Don't be silly!
じゃあさっさと出ろほれほれ
Now, right already! They're tugging my arm, I reluctantly get out of the tub. I cover my privates with a towel, of course.
ほれここに座れ
Alright! Sit on the stool as ordered. Sheesh, I don't even have time to calm down.
さてと初めての儀式じゃしっかりと身を清めておかんとの臭い肉など貴重も口にしたくはなかろう
Jokes aside, what did you come here for?
もちろん緊張をほぐしに来てやったのじゃ
Ow! She slaps my back. It stings. And Neo gently lays a towel on it as if to caress it.
不安か
No, I'm not quite sure.
まあそんなに大げさに考えるなちと脅しすぎたのはすまんかったがの少しばかり見栄として血をくれてやるだけじゃ安いものだと思うがのそれだけで鬼の力と忠誠を得られるのだから
Oh, that's true.
卑怯が怖いか
No.
では信頼してやれ卑怯は誠を慕っておる牙など向くはずがなかろう
Yeah.
鬼を生む儀式は今後何度も経験することになる時期になれるじゃろう
Several more times, huh? How do they suck blood, by the way?
方法はいろいろとあるが鬼が一番喜ぶのは口移しじゃのう
Again with the jokes.
嘘ではない鬼は主に対して異性への愛情に近い感情を持っておるからの恋人のように扱ってやると喜ぶんじゃ
Lovers, huh?
はは
What?
まことよまさかキスの経験もまだとはのいやはや虚しい青春じゃの
Huh?
キス程度で緊張しよって私で練習しておくか良いぞふれふれ
Silly, chasing me again.
本気じゃ
She winds both her arms around my neck and gets up close. I don't feel any humps on her chest. Still, the smooth of her skin and warmth of her body is dangerously close to being criminal. Stop.
良
Cease.
いぞ誠なら
Please let go. Get away.
なんじゃせんのか
If I kiss someone like you, it'll go beyond just being a crime.
ほう言ってくれるの
Ugh! Theo's arms tighten around my neck. But she immediately lets go. Then she whispers gently to my
いろい
ear.
ろと思うところはあるじゃろうが、犬と飼い主の女の子を救いたい。その気持ちは嘘ではないんじゃろ。だったら、やるべきことと割り切って、儀式などささっと済ませてしまえ。
Oh, yeah, I can't keep this up if a chicken out.
そうじゃ。散々脅したが気軽に行け。これも当主としての務めじゃ。
Yeah.
ほれ、次は頭じゃ。全部洗ってやる。
Huh? You don't have to go that far.
いいからいいから。ほれ。
Ah! She pours hot water all over my head. And then I remain at her mercy as she washes it. Things she does have always surprised me, but I guess she did make me feel better. It vexed me to say it out loud, so just my thoughts. Thank you, Io. I should show some manly courage and not chicken out. Plopped out of my bed and wait for the time to come. Kikyo should be taking a bath right now as well. Right about now. We'll begin once she's done the ritual that can conjure a demon. The nervousness should have been eased, but it was still a new experience for me. Can't help but freeze in fear. Become aware of the loud sound of knocking on the door. Funny time.
卑怯です。入ってもよろしいですか？
Go ahead. Door slowly opens and Kikyo enters my room. She's wearing the same outfit and acting with the same demeanor. Piece of shit! I missed. Partially because the fucking bag's full, because I went to buy groceries without telling me, so I couldn't give them the bag full of fucking bottles that needs to be brought back. Makes it a little more nervous. I know what to get ready, but yeah, maybe I am. Oh, how do I give you blood, by the way? I tried asking you about it, but
イオ様からどのように？
she said that mouth to mouth was the best way.
まあ、
Her cheeks tint slightly red as she hides her smile. Judging by her reaction, you was pulling my leg.
そうですね。それが一番嬉しゅうございます。その場合、ご自身の血を口に含んでいただくことになりますが。
Ah, that makes me hesitant. Pussy. Pussy. This not. Blood is hella fucking sweet. Just saying. I can get behind the fact. I get why demons like it so much. Just saying, you know, let's say it like that. It's some good shit.
はい。ですから、無理にする必要はございません。
Let's see, is there anything else I need to get ready? Well, doing it in this room be fine.
はい。呪文も魔法陣も必要ありません。ただ、
Something's in her hand, a sewing set. From it, she pulls out a needle.
少々、チクッといたします。痛みには強い方ですか？
I should be fine. So you make me bleed by puncturing me with a needle. That should bite me or something.
首筋にですか？それでも構いませんが、うっかり動脈を傷つけてしまったら、あたり一面血まみれになってしまいますので。
Oh dear. That's like a scene from hell. You can't suck it cleanly like in movies or manga.
どうぞ、おかけになってください。
Okay. Take a seat on the bed as ordered. Kikyo kneels before me, gently takes my hand and faces my palm upward.
よろしいですか？
I nod in reply. To be honest, I'm slightly disappointed. Needle puncture won't let out much blood. She mentioned it wouldn't be enough for a health risk, but this really is a small amount. Probably sensing my relief, Kikyo lets out a chuckle.
申し訳ありません。チクリ という表現は正しくなかったかもしれません。
Huh?
ざっくりといきます。指先は神経が集中しておりますので、お覚悟を。
You're scaring me now, too.
よろしいですか？
Go ahead. I nod once more after being slightly disconcerted. She smiles at me again in amusement before I immediately kneel at the underside of my index finger.
では参ります。
Feel the sensation of skin being punctured. A sharp pain. Needle slowly inserted into my finger.
表情一つ変えられませんでしたね。ご立派です、誠様。
She removes the needle while half jokingly consoling me in a manner one would speak to a child. At the same time, the blood slowly flows out. In no time at all, my fingertip is stained red. For a wound this small, it sure bled a lot. Nah, I was just bluffing. It actually hurts quite a lot.
ではよろしいですか？
Yeah.
血液自体は少量ですが、どうかこらえてくださいましね。
Okay. Sound a bit exaggerated. Tika returns a suspicious smile to my stunned face, with the same lips which she opens slightly. She holds my fingertip. With her tongue brushing against the tip. The lips make a sucking motion as they search for blood. My blood flows into Kiku's body. And then... There's a strange sensation. What's going on? I feel something else being drained along with my blood. I feel weak. She's intoxicated by the scent of my blood. Yu's words suddenly come to mind. Her smile has a different charm to it. Her eyes are mysterious with a sparkle to them that makes the hairs of my back stand on ends. She is delighted by the taste of blood, when she sucks on my fingers, and like that of her usual graceful self. Thoughts that she might end up eating me don't cross my mind at all. About to lose consciousness from this strange sensation. Oh, it's being drained. Something else from within me besides blood. Can't take it anymore. So this is what she told me to handle. I'm in the middle of a ritual to conjure a demon. Can't pass out now. It's supposed to form the image of the demon in my mind, right?
はい。強く。
I go. Got it! My voice grows hoarse as my heart skips a beat. What on earth is this sensation? Can't hide my confusion at the strange symptoms I'm experiencing.
おつらいですか？
Nat? I was just wondering if I'm imagining it right.
ご安心を。鬼の姿は誠様の無意識にしっかりと刻み込まれたことでしょう。それに
She opens her mouth slightly, licks my fingertip and backs away. You're done?
ええ、お疲れ様でした。
Whew! I feel weak. She only sucked a little blood. Why do I feel so tired? Ritual to conjure a demon. It's more work than I expected.
申し訳ありません。あと一つだけ。
Huh? Shakes my finger, which is still bloody, and traces my lips with it. Once again, with her alluring smile. Spreads her lips onto mine. Lasts for a few seconds. With a deep exhalation of breath, I feel her warmth go away.
ごちそうさまでした。
A mischievous smile leaves me dumbstruck. A sudden kiss. It has let my heart go haywire. My face is probably beat red at the moment.
失礼いたしました。少しばかり血に酔ってしまったのかもしれませんね。
Well, have you had enough?
十分でございます。お疲れ様でした、誠様。
Gets up and fixes her slightly ruffled kimono collar. It's finally over. And you'll be forming the new demon?
はい。一夜かけて。
That's luckily than I thought.
お腹を痛めて産むわけではございませんので。では、誠様。
See ya!
自室に戻らせていただきます。 くれぐれもお覗きにならないよう。
Might transform into a crane or something like in a fable.
なきにしもあらず。失礼いたします。
Fixes the bottom of her kimono and kneels on the floor once more. After taking a deep bow, she leaves the room. She's about to conjure a new demon. I don't have a clue on how hard it is to conjure a demon, but I hope I can help save Takagawa and Kotaro, her dog. But still, I'm tired. Unable to fight against the strange fatigue, I collapse onto my bed. Too tired to turn off the lights, I pass out the way I am. August 21st. Ah! Why? I wish, like, the timer that shows you how long you've been live for only showed up on OBS if you actually are currently streaming. Because I decided, you know what? How long have I actually been recording for? Let's check. And I see the fucking 6 zeros, and I have a heart attack for a second. Then I see, oh no, it says stop recording, meaning that I am currently recording. And then I realize, oh, that's how long I've been live for, not how long I've been recording. I hate this. I fucking despise it with a motherfucking passion. I just had a mini heart attack because of you motherfuckers. Why you gotta do that? Why you gotta be so rude like that? I wake up due to the sunlight passing through the window. Lights are off. Pretty sure they were on when I fell asleep. I think you probably turned them off. The pain in my finger has subsided. It's bad enough to scar. But it hasn't even scabbed over. It healed up perfectly. Maybe demon saliva has some kind of healing power? I've got no idea. Anyway, it sure is hot. I'm a little sweaty. I should take a shower. Slip out of bed and look at the sky through the window. Sun's up quite high. It's already noon. Look at the clock with a sigh. I know I'm tired, but I slept too long. I leave my room scratching at my disheveled hair. Come to think of it, I wonder what happened to that new demon. Said it should take one night. It's probably here already. Should head to the living room first, I guess. Close the half-open door to the washroom and change my direction. Let's see, I wonder if Kikyo's around. It's not Kikyo, but someone else here. Someone else is here. But someone's here. Not someone else. Someone's here. Looks like it was the most normal thing in the world. I was expecting more of a dramatic meeting now. Ah, good morning. You called me Master. You must be...
そうじゃ。正真正銘のお主だけに従う鬼じゃ。
Mia emerged from the kitchen eating some ice cream as she talks.
ったく、いつまで寝ておる。自堕落にも程がある。そうですよ。起きるまでずーっと待ってたんですからね。
Sorry about that. I sit on the floor cushion while trying to stifle a yawn. Then I take a good look at the girl in front of me. She may be a demon, but she's definitely got a unique look to her. What is this real?
そりゃもちろん本物の猫耳です。尻尾もありますよ。
Cat ears and a tail. Oh, you're a cat girl. Why? You're a demon, right?
ありゃ、それ言っちゃいますか、ご主人が。キキョが言っておったじゃろ。誠の思い描いた姿が鬼の姿そのものになると。
She did, but... Wait, I didn't.
望んだのじゃ、誠が。こういう鬼が可愛いな、欲しいな、猫娘もいい、もういい、とな。
What's with you? You make me sound like a pervert.
その通りじゃ。
Hey!
ご主人
Before I know it, the cat demon is beside me, tapping my
否
shoulder.
定しても目の前にいるこの私がその証拠でございます。
They're not even like cat ears, are they? More like corgi ears.
だからどうか認めてください、ご主人。これがあなたの隠された性癖です。
No way.
マジです。ケモナーか。マニアックなところついてきたの。あなたの心の恋人、猫娘です。
Give me a break. Put my hands on my head. I see. That's what I imagine my demon will be. Like cats and all, but it's kind of embarrassing to have a fetish even I didn't know I had to be revealed in this manner.
早速イチャイチャします。
Don't be silly. Are you saying I also wished for that brazen personality of yours?
そりゃそうですよ。私の何から何までご主人の胸をキュンキュンさせるために。
こら、
Kika emerges from the hallway and reprimands the silly girl.
誠様に失礼のないように。
おーい。もう良いのか？
はい。随分と楽になりました。
Feeling good?
はい。慣れぬことをしたので少々。ですが、もう大丈夫です。すぐにお茶を入れますね。
That's fine. I'll make it myself later. Have a seat if you're not feeling good.
しかし、
Master's orders.
はい。
She smiles and takes a seat beside me. My heart skips a beat as I recall last night's kiss, but I don't let it show my face. Well, I try not to.
へへ。なんじゃ？妙に気境を意識しておるの。
I don't think so. She got me, damn it.
なんじゃ？血を吸っただけでは終わらんかったのか？
That was all.
キスしたよね？キス！
Hey, why do you know that?
私、桔梗様の記憶ある程度引き継いでるから、昨日のことぼんやりとだけど知ってる。
You gotta be kidding me. And hey, you're talking to me so informally.
さっきまで無理してた。
And that's so. I don't really mind. What's your name? Your name.
我が輩は猫である。名前はまだない。なんつって。
Oh, you don't have one?
つけてあげてくださいませ。
Me? Can I?
当主の誠がつけんで誰がつける？桔梗の名前もおじじがつけておるぞ。
Let's see, I can't really come up with anything right away though. Kikyo is the name of a flower. Kikyo is the name of a flower, right?
そうですね。先代は鬼に花の名前を好んでつけてらっしゃいました。
See, I should go with flower names too.
安易じゃのう。
I prefer to uphold traditions. What do you think of a flower's name?
可愛くしてくれるならこだわらない。何でもいい。
Alright, I'll think of a cute flower's name.
これ使え。
Oh. Io retrieves something from the pocket of her jogging pants and hurls it at me. Smartphone. Why do you have this?
愛と勇気と電子機器だけが友達じゃ。
What a loner.
黙れ猫耳マニア。
I am not stupid!
語尾ににゃんとかつけた方がいい？
You don't have to! Kikyo cheerfully laughs at our conversation. Still embarrassed, I fiddle around with the phone and open a flower dictionary. Think about giving her a rough-sounding name in revenge, but I give up on that idea since it'd ruin any sense of trust. Gotta think seriously about this. Let's see. She's an energetic girl, definitely cute, so a boyish name should suit her. How about this? Found a nice one and a show screen door.
青い？ほー、なかなか良いのではないか？
はい。ぴったりだと思います。
気に入りました。
Alright, so starting today, your name's Aoi.
拝命いたしました。
意味が違います。
Gotta teach her a lot from now on.
花言葉にふさわしい鬼になれるといいの。
Flower language, I haven't checked that yet. Let's see. Full of dignified and majestic beauty, high and noble.
やばい、すでにぴったり。
This one's a bit off.
なんで？合ってるじゃん。やだやだ、葵がいい。
I got it! Majestic, right? You're so that.
うわ、ムカつく。
こら、誠様になんて口を。
だってご主人がバカにするか
葵、
なに？
失礼のないようにと言いましたよね。
Oh! Oh lord! Even though I could help but flinch before Kikyo. That's scary. Hey, wait. You just sprouted horns, didn't you?
あら何のことやら。
She throws her horns and puts on a usual kind smile. Jeez, she's an actual demon then. That was probably her last resort in trying to prove her demonness to me. Thank goodness I believed her before I incited any rage.
ブー。なんか、ブー。
まだすねて。言葉だけではわかりませんか？
だって、なんか扱いが軽い。納得いかない。
口を尖らせるのではなく、他に方法があるでしょう。自らの価値を知っていただきたいのであれば、無礼な言葉ではなく力を持って示しなさい。
あ、そっか。
Yeah, okay, show me those token object reading skills of yours.
イエス。まあ、貸せておくんなまし。ご主人、お手を拝借。
I'm gonna hold it.
私を通してご主人にお届けいたします。このちゃぶ台に宿る誰かの思念を。
Alright, go ahead.
おいっす。
She grips my hand with her left hand and extends a palm towards the table. Then she takes a deep breath and exhales.
私も初めてだから、うまくいかなかったらごめん。
No problem, you can do it. She nods curtly and breathes deeply once more. This time she doesn't exhale, instead she holds her breath. And then... What? Her eyes change color. And then her skin and hair gleam as if with missing particles of light. This is a demon's power. It's like an illusion.
来る。
Huh? Ah! Sharp pain shoots through my head and the living room turns from day to night. No, wait, these are memories from the object. Oh, it's a vision. Oh, it's showing to me. She exhales loudly and lets go of my hand. It was quite a paranormal experience. How surprising. Can't quite explain it in words. It was amazing.
よかった。ちゃんと見えた。ほう。誠にも見えたのか？誠？
I saw it as a Gramps,
そうか。おじじの思念が。誠のことを心配しておるのかもしれんの。
maybe. Oh, and you, I saw something else.
Huh?
I saw you devouring some ice cream late at night.
え？
You were eating several ice cream bars I bought. Answer me honestly.
一本だけ。
Honestly?
これが最後かも。
But out you need a spanking.
やだ！ほら、これあげるから。
I don't need something that's half eaten! I was looking forward to eating it!
まったく、普通の小さいやつじゃ。また後で買ってくればよかろう。それに忘れるな。アイスよりも大事な役目が誠にはあるじゃろうが。
I don't get why you're the one upset here. You changed the topic too. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about my mission. You can find Kotaro's corpse with Aoi's power. I'll make sure you can go to heaven today. There's also for Takigawa. Let's go right after lunch. Will you come with me, Aoi?
もちろん。
私もご同道いたします。
Now you should rest your Kikyo. I'm worried about your health.
はい。お気遣いありがとうございます。
Alright.
お
That's
帰
it.
りをお待ちしております。
She was not done yet. This cap is a lot right now. Jesus Christ, I'm terrible. Alright, let's have lunch. What are we having?
お弁当買ってきて。あたし、ハンバーグで。
I figured.
やはり私も一緒に。
Nope, it's fine. I'll go change. Get up and leave the living room. I've got no other choice since everyone else can't be seen in public and all. But it's hard to say who the master is at this point. I come back from the errands, have lunch, and then leave the house again with Aoi. Kotaru's probably still waiting at that place. The first corpse with Aoi's powers. It's gonna be tough after that, though. She'll inform Takigawa about his death and hold a funeral for him. After that, Kotaro can go to heaven. At least that's how I want things to happen.
ご主人
Her reply was a soft voice without turning to her. I don't want to be treated like a widow anymore.
最初に謝っておくね。欲しい情報が得られなかったらごめんなさい。情報の取捨選択は私にはできないからただ読み取るだけ。
Let's worry about him when the time comes. I think Kotaro's waiting there for a reason. I'm sure he's trying to tell us something.
必要な情報を拾えるまで頑張ってみるよ。
Yeah, I'm counting on you. You're still new, so don't.
誠くん
Turn around and hear someone call out my name. It was a knee-jerk reaction. Would have been more prepared if I realized whose voice it was, though. Yumi? Yes. The girl with a slightly worried look on her face. Probably have the same expression as her right now. Very familiar face.
久しぶり。
Yeah, long time no see.
こんなところでどうしたの？
Oh, I just moved in a few days ago. My grandma's place is over there.
そうなんだ。
Yeah. That's right. How about you?
マンション近所だから。私も去年引っ越して一人暮らし始めたの。ここ近いから大学。
I see. Have you been?
ぼちぼちかな。あ、バイト始めたの。喫茶店、商店街の。
See, part-time job, eh? You're working hard.
制服が好きなだけなんだけどね。誠くんは調子はどう？
Yeah, I'm alright too, I guess.
そっか。そっか。
So, I'll be going now.
ごめんね。引き止めちゃって。じゃあ、また寝ていいのかな？
See you, Yumi.
またね、誠くん。
She waves goodbye with an awkward smile. Turns the corner. Isn't that where she came from? Why make a U-turn?
ご主人
What?
どなた？
Someone from school?
それだけ？
That's all.
ご主人がそう言うならそれでいいけど。
Surprisingly, she loses interest quickly and starts walking. Good, it's gotta be tough to
ご主人、早く行こうよ。
Yeah, I break into a quick jog to catch up to Aoi. Had a minor setback, but it's time to get back on my feet. Give it your all, Makoto. A single conversation, we arrive at the area by passing through an unpopulated street. Kotaro is still there, just as expected. Sitting very still, frozen in place like a statue. Kotaro? Noticing my call, he moves closer to me. Probably remembers. Chiefly wags his tail after I pet his head. Alright, Aoi, do the honors.
でも、ご主人、一つ不安があります。
Something wrong?
さっきは物で試したけど、 人とか動物相手にやったことないからちょっと怖い。霊なんて思念の塊みたいなものだし。
Try it out on me then.
いいの？
Yeah. Hold out my right hand and Oe gently grasps it. She signals to me with her eyes that she's about to begin, then takes a deep breath. It's the same scene as earlier. She executes her power. Probably having gotten the hang of it, she disconnects after just a few seconds. You alright?
あの人とはそういう関係なわけね。
You. She snickers mischievously. Her anxiety was just a pretense. Thought she couldn't select which memories to see.
その人にとって印象的な出来事は読みやすい。
You're quite the schemer. I was caught off guard this time, but don't do this anymore, okay?
大丈夫。誰にも言わないから。
Jeez, just get on with it.
ちょっとごめんね。
She squats for Kotaro and places her hand on his head.
ご主人、お手を拝借。
Yeah, hold her hand. I'll definitely find your body.
いい？
Anytime.
行きまーす。
Pain shoots up my head the moment she utilizes her power. A huge amount of information flashes through my mind, stuff that's different from the sensation from the dining table. I wish this noise could stop. These are his memories with Takigawa, being hugged and petted by her, taking walks with her, all from Kotaro's point of view. You see him, not reading thoughts, but only memories. Very similar to recollections, always scooping up those strong emotions. Takigawa's figure appears then fades away. I mentioned that it's easier to read the memories that left the strongest impressions, which means that this dog feels for Takigawa the most. Such happy memories, each and every one of them. But no, it's not this. I can't help but let out a groan from my throbbing head. But can't stop here. I haven't seen the information I need yet.
ご主人、平気？
Keep going. Firmly grip Oe's hand. Can sometimes see a memory that's not from Kotaro's point of view. Takigawa's? No. Maybe just a little more. Noise. Several visions flashed in my mind at the same time. Someone's heavy breathing, the roar of a car's engine, strong shock that vibrates through my entire body. All black. And then slowly regain my sight. Realize I always let go of my hand.
ごめん、私は、限界だった。
She falls on her backside and droops her shoulders. Her expression is grim.
この子を通して、この土地に残る思念が流れ込んできた。強くて、どす黒い誰かの。
She hugs herself in fear.
嫌
Understand.
な感じがした。
Whoops. She hugs herself in fear. I understand. I felt the same way.
ごめん。もうやりたくない。
I've done enough. Thanks. I could tell that something awful happened here. Wonder where the corpse is. Stare at Kotaro. Figured it all out. Despite what he's been through, feels no resentment. There's only one thing he wants. I got it. Slowly and gently pat his head. You were able to relay your feelings, right? I know it. You know it reached me, right? Kotaro barks at me. And then as it blending into the background, fades away, leaving only a soft sensation on my hand.
どうしてまだ弔って開けてない。
It's not what Kotaro wished for. It's just worried about that girl. The girl he loved so much. That's why he was waiting for someone like us.
自分の気持ちを代弁してくれる人は？
Mad about mine, Oe. I'll help that girl. Stand up and clench my fist. Feel as if the remaining sensation of Kotaro in my hand is circulating through my entire body. You must be tired too. You can go home already.
犬はどうするの？遺体の場所分かったのに。
You shouldn't be the first one to discover it.
飼い主の子に？
Yeah, it's terrible, but I think it's the best thing to do. That's why I'll wait for her.
帰らない。私もいる。
Don't stress yourself. Go take a rest.
しんどいことは嫌だけど、仲間外れはもっと嫌。
See? Let's wait it together then.
来るかな？
She'll definitely will. With hands in my pockets, I lean on the wall of someone's house. Wonder how I could fully relieve Kotaro's feelings. That's what I kept thinking about while waiting for Takigawa. While the long time passes, the sun's setting, the breeze is blowing, making the wait more comfortable. All the while I keep believing that she'll come, always seated beside me without a word of complaint. Eventually, someone's figure comes into my line of sight. I can tell who it is without looking hard. Kikyo?
はい。なかなか戻ってらっしゃらないので、
How are you feeling?
もうすっかり。
Smiling, she walks to my side. Without a questioning word. She simply stands beside me in silence. Sometimes she lets us sigh with a sad face. Completely aware of her movements. You're still in pain, aren't you?
誠様の初めてのお役目です。最後まで見届けたく。
Gently hold her shoulder and pull her towards me. You can lean on me, it'll make it feel better, right?
はい。ありがとうございます。
She lays her head on my shoulder. Then my foot instantly grows heavier. My wife fastens herself onto my leg while looking up at me. What are you doing?
知ってた？猫もやきもち焼くんだぜ。
You're a demon, right?
半分猫なの。にゃ
She laughs as if to tease me. I'm about to laugh in response, but her expression instantly changes. Something wrong.
ー。ご主人、
She stares at the distance. She's looking at. So she's finally here. Step back, Aoi.
なんで？
She can see demons through me. It's gonna be hard to explain your appearance to her. Not trying to exclude you. I just want you to move farther away so she won't realize you're here.
葵？
わかりました。
She lets go of my foot and hides behind a utility pole. Kiki also straightens up, head held high. I wait for Takigawa, who's walking with her head down, to arrive. She breaks into a smile as soon as she notices us. She runs over and stops in front of me.
こんにちは、鏡さん。
Yeah, hello.
もうこんばんは。どっちでもいいですね。もしかして今日も小太郎のことを探しててくれたんですか？
I opened up my browser because I wanted to look up her voice actress. And the first thing is just like, yes, I don't remember Mio from Xenoblade 3 having such thunder thighs, so the fucking artist clearly took a few artistic liberties. Anyway, so... I gotta look her up specifically so I don't accidentally spoil myself. Oh, she apparently makes an appearance in Kimagure Temptation, which I hear is also extremely fucking depressing. Anyways, Akino Hana. Like, he sounds familiar. Like, I've heard her recently, even. Oh, she's actually Hiragi from Fureraba. Yuzuyu. The swim girl. That's not the voice I recognize though, so... Gotta keep looking. Oh, she's actually Yuki from Yukiko I met as well. Again, not the voice I recognize, though. I can hear it now that I know, but it's not what made me pause like, I know this voice. Yeah, Tateha. That's the voice that it reminded me of. Tateha, Brown Arts too. Anything else I should be aware of? She's apparently also a voice in Amatsutsumi, which, like I said already, I actually do want to play Amatsutsumi at this point. I'm actually like very torn right now because someone decided to like gift me like $40, just not even like telling me which game to like buy with it. He literally just like gave it to me like, here you go, have some budget, I'm gonna be nice. And now I'm actively like torn because do I get Amatsumi with the cash, or do I save up because Monochrome Chronicles is coming out soon? And if you don't know what Monochrome Chronicles is, it's it's basically like a prequel to Mask of Deception. And as y'all know, I have a boner for all things Utawarumono, except for the high definition Kimamaos. I still hate the high definition Kimamaos like the fucking plague. Oh, also, this voice actress also voiced Kaminal in Kinkoi. That's neat. Anything else? Nah, that was it. At least from the ones that I recognize. Unless I like accidentally like scrolled past one of them, which I quite frankly wouldn't be surprised if that happened to me. Because I'm just terrible like that anyways. Oh, no. I need to actually check something real quick. Yeah. Yeah, I did promise to keep looking until we find them.
本当にありがとうございます。そろそろいい報告できればよかったんですけど。
I found them. Her expression instantly lightens up. Smile puts me down.
どこ
Right here.
にここ
Are you willing to accept the truth? I considered asking her that. What a difference will it make? I must relay Kotaro's feelings to her no matter what, even if she ends up despising me.
どういうことでしょうか。
Kotaro was walking around this area. From over there to here. Then a car came by. Such high speed. It's in the wrong place at the wrong time. The driver couldn't avoid him. Kotaro could still move a little, so he looked for a safe place to rest.
鏡さん。
Turned my gaze away from Takigawa, who was already filled with confusion and squat in the area where Kotaro is seated. Went from that dish to rest for a while. At least that was the plan. But inserted my finger into the gap of the drainage lid and lifted up with all my might. Her eyes widen in surprise. She covers her mouth. Kotaro is there. He's covered in wounds and his beautiful fur is soiled with blood. It's beginning to fester and there's a faint rotting smell. Kotaro was here, all along. Got run over by a car. Couldn't make it back home.
小太郎。
She staggers. Kikyo tries to support her, but she loses her grip. Takigawa drops to the ground without any
小
hesitation.
太郎。
She hugs Kotaro's corpse very firmly.
こんなところにいたんだね。わかんないよ、もう。
Man, I didn't expect the depression to start this early.
こんなに怪我して、ひ たかったね。暗いところで怖かったね。こんな狭いところで耐えてたんだね。一人でずっとごめんね。見つけてあげられなくてごめんね。こんなところにずっと一人にしてごめんね。
Sure, he said.
ごめんね、小太
10 out
郎。
of pain.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
Real good scene. 10 out of pain. She firmly embraces Kotaro's corpse and continues to apologize, without minding getting her uniform dirty and ignoring the smell of rotting flesh. She firmly embraces Kotaro. You can feel her wholehearted love. Hokuri Takigawa's kindness, so powerful that it's painful.
滝川様、
Kikyo places her hand on Takigawa's shoulder and talks to her in a gentle voice.
近くに動物の葬儀を挙げてくださるお寺がございます。弔ってあげませんか、みんなで。
She wipes her tears away and stands up. Her steps are dangerously unsteady. Can I hold him too?
お願いします。
Accept Kotaro's corpse from Takigawa. Feel warmth for the first time. However, it's not his warmth. So sad. Let's go.
ご案内いたします。
Walk slowly with Kikyo, taking extra care to support Takigawa. Looks like she could collapse at any moment. Look back and signal the nervous looking Aoi to follow us and catch up with the two of The sun has already set when we arrive at the temple. There might not be anyone around. It's probably well past reception hours. Guess we won't be able to get anyone to assist us today. Despite our unexpected arrival, the chief priest accepts us without any displeasure in his expression. However, the funeral will have to take place tomorrow. First, Takigawa says she'll leave Kotaro's body there, but she changes her mind, saying that she doesn't want to leave him alone again. And I agree with her. So I will have Kotaro stay at my place until tomorrow.
ごめんなさい。本当は私の家に一緒に帰るのがいいと思うんですけど。
Takigawa repeatedly apologized and bowed her head on our way back. Her parents were apparently against raising Kotaro, but she was allowed to raise him on the condition that she would have good grades. Parents took absolutely no part in raising him. She didn't say anything. I wonder how her parents would react upon seeing Kotaro's body. Probably had an idea, so she voted taking Kotaro back home.
ごめんなさい。探していただいた上に。
It's okay. I want to stay with him too. I think it's better in any ways. In many ways.
ありがとうございます。質問してもいいですか？どうしてわかったんですか？小太郎があそこにいるって。
I asked her. She looks baffled. It's an obvious reaction, but I didn't want to lie. Not pulling a leg, but I can see things ordinary people can't. You too, actually. Alright, come over here.
ああ、やっと呼ばれた。
Takigawa probably saw Aoi appear out of thin air. She froze in shock and almost dropped Kotaro from her arms. Where do you think she's been all this time?
どこにって。正解はずっとそばにいたです。でも
Start touching her ears and tail, they're both real. She's a real cat girl.
ダザ
She fearfully stretches out her hand to touch Aoi, who's crouching.
つながってる。本当に
She says almost as if she was spaced out. She still doesn't believe it. I continue. Kotaro was there. He was beside you yesterday too. I talked to him. He wanted to tell me where it was. I told you everything he had to say. His job is to help out ghosts in trouble.
仕事
Sounds fishy, doesn't it? It's true. But it's true. Just started recently. Actually, it was my first job. To let you see him. His corpse but his soul. But he went to heaven right after relaying his feelings to me.
怒ってるのかな。だから私に会いたくなかった。
This is just my guess.
はい。
Kotaro could actually have shown himself to you if he wanted, but he chose not to. Perhaps he didn't want you to get caught up in his death. Took a quick peek at his memories. We're in all of them. You're smiling in all of them. Kotaro loved seeing you smile. That's why he doesn't resent you. He definitely isn't angry. Probably didn't want to see you cry. For his own sake as well. Yawa's tears well up again. I regret not telling her about him yesterday. It is all I can tell you. You may not believe me though.
信じます。鏡さんは小太郎を救ってくれました。私も救われました。あのまま小太郎を一人ぼっちにしていたら、私一生自分を恨んでた。ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。小太郎を助けてくれてありがとう。鏡さんは私の恩人です。
Okay. Immediately begins to cry. Wipes the tears with Kikyo's kimono while Aoi gets flustered about what to do. Let's go home. Takegawa, you should probably stay over at my place too.
ありがとうございます。
Smile at Takegawa, who has her head bowed down in thanks, and walk forward. And then Kikyo softly tugs at my shirt. What's wrong?
厚かましいと存じますが、誠様に一つお願いがございます。
Huh? I peek through the gap in the sliding door to check the situation. Find Takegawa staring intensely at Kotaro's limp body. Both of them stay here tonight. I'll get him a futon ready later.
様子はどうじゃ？
I hear Yo's voice from behind. Can't answer her here, so I head towards the living room. She follows me. Can't say she's alright, but I have no choice but to let her be.
今日はご苦労じゃったの。
What about that? I don't know if I was able to do it properly. I walk towards the porch and take a seat. Io sits on my lap. She probably doesn't want to bug me. Stare at the moon without saying a
ご
word.
主人、
Aoi, who had been lying down beside me, sits up and
聞
gazes
き
at
たい
me.
ことあるんだけど。
No?
どうして本当のこと言わなかったの？
About what?
あそこで休んでたなんて嘘だ。
Can't just say that. I consciously lowered my voice in reply. I did lie about several things. Although he was run over, and although he survived, someone delivered a finishing blow and stuffed him in there. She doesn't need to know that. What's important is that I don't forget such a cruel, useless person lives in this town. Do you think of being self-righteous?
人の感情なんて私にはよくわかんない。でもご主人が決めたことは間違ってるとは思いたくない。
Let's see.
誠よ、これから悩むことも多くあるじゃろう。じゃが 私たちは常に誠の味方じゃ。決して誠の選択を否定せん。もちろん明らかに間違っておれば別じゃがな。
Yeah. Thanks.
感情移入しすぎて復讐心に駆られてはならんぞ。制裁は必要ない。誠の役目は救うこと。ただその一点じゃ。
I know. This feels unbearable. As if to soothe my heart, a savory scent tickles my nose. The humble favor Kikyo asked me on the way back wasn't much. Allow me to prepare dinner tonight. Though Io told me not to rely on her too much, it apparently pains her that we've only been having boxed lunches. That's why she asked permission to cook, at least for the day. I agreed, of course. Left Takigawa and Kikyo and always care, and headed over to the supermarket. Our dinner is probably going to be a Japanese-style meal based on the requested ingredients. Can't wait to see how it'll turn out.
それにしても腹が減ったの。一人では支度も大変じゃろう。葵、手伝ってやれ。はーい。
Aoi gets up and heads to the kitchen. Still don't understand the hierarchy between you and the demons.
私はずいぶん昔から鏡家と一緒におるからの。鬼たちは記憶を多少なりとも引き継いでおる。目上のものという意識が刷り込まれておるのかも
See,
しれん
wisdom
の。
of age, huh?
失礼な言い方をするな。身も心も常にピッチピチじゃ。
A word choice. You like dirty jokes and you're actually an old man at heart, right?
うるさいバカ。
What's that?
ご主人。
Aoi was supposed to have out, came back right away. Did you get kicked out?
違う。もうできるから今で待っててって。おお、ようやく食事にありつけるの。あの娘も呼んでやるか。
Wonder if she could eat.
口にはできんと思うが。
Honest God, not sure. Sorry. Nah. Call her over. I'll try inviting her anyway.
そうしてやるといい。
Take Io off my lap and head to the guest room. Purposefully make my footsteps loud as I approach before opening the sliding door. Takigawa,
はい。
we're about to have dinner. Would you like to join us?
ごめんなさい。食欲なくて。
Let's see. Got it. Don't force yourself.
はい。ありがとうございます。
He smiles weakly. I want to force her. Let them spend some time alone.
どうじゃ
Shake my head as I enter the living room. Take my usual seat and Io plops down right beside me. Aoi walks back and forth from the living room to the kitchen and lays plates of food on the dining table.
様これで最後
ええ、あとはこれだけ。
Kikyo follows her into the living room with a tray containing enough bowls for all of us. Miso soup. It's nice. I wouldn't have made this if I lived alone.
あまり手の込んだものは作れなかったのですが、お口に合いますかどうか。
It's already a feast. Thanks, I'm digging in. Takigawa's voice. She's standing hesitantly in the
どうされ
hallway.
ました？
やっぱり食欲はないんですけど、一緒にいてもいいですか？
Have a seat.
座布団。ありがとう。
I don't know why, but the weight just makes it seem like you just fucking like chucked it into place. With a cheery smile, she sits on the floor cushion Aoi offered. Yeah, everyone's here. Let's dig in then. You always eat so fast.
いただきます。
Everyone else leaving me behind, with everyone else leaving me behind, I put my hands together and dig in. Fucking look at her. Also, apparently Aoi doesn't know how to use chopsticks. I can relate. I can use them well enough. It just causes my hands to start cramping very quickly. That's fucking Kikomon soy sauce on the fucking table there. I recognize that bottle. Take my chopsticks and taste the miso soup first. This is great. It's so calm.
最近ジャンクなフードばっかりだったからな。上品な味付けが胃にしみるようじ
ゃ。ありがとうございます。おかわりもありますのでご遠慮なく。
ガツガツいくぜつかぬことをお伺いしますが。
は？
皆さんご家族でいらっしゃるんでしょうか？違うけど、似たようなもの？あ、そうなんですね。こんな大きなお子さんがいたんだってびっくりしちゃって。ほう、お子さんと来たか。お父さん、いいよね。新しいパソコン欲しいの。
Don't get carried away. I think you've been living for centuries.
100年？桔梗や葵のことはもう聞いておるんじゃろ。まあ、私も似たようなものじゃ。皆さん人間じゃないってことなんでしょうか？
そうですね。私と葵は鬼でございます。
鬼？すごい。本当の鬼って角生えてないんですね。私が猫なのはただのご主人の趣味なんだけどね。
Hey, cut it out, don't spill the beans.
ご主人ってことは鏡さんは鬼の大将ってことなんでしょうか？強い鬼さんですか
？I'm an normal human, normal college student. I didn't know demons existed until recently either, but apparently they tie into my family.
でもすごい。幽霊とお話できるんですよね。お仕事って霊能探偵とかですか？
Not quite like a detective.
良いではないか。箔がつく。これからは霊能探偵鏡誠と名乗れ。
That sounds so fishy.
口ぶりから判断するにですよ。イオさんでしたか？娘さんじゃなくて鬼の大元締めなんですね。あくまでも当主は誠じゃ。私も鬼ではないしの。ただの座敷わらしじゃ。座敷わらし？有名な旅館とかにいる
I hate my hair right now again. Also, it's mildly hilarious to me that I got so annoyed by my hair. Because I was looking at my camera as I did that, and apparently I got so annoyed by my hair, I started to morb. そういうものもおるようじゃの。はあ、
すごい。この家すごいですね。
Yeah, I can definitely hear Tateha in her voice. Like a lot of Tateha. An uncanny amount of Tateha. She's Tateha. I mean, I welcome voices from Primal Hearts. Primal Hearts was fun. The start of Primal Hearts was very rocky. And I do mean just Primal Hearts. Primal Hearts 2 was fine.
ほう、あっさり信じたな。誠など最初は幻扱いしおったというのに。
You can't play me. My action is normal. You don't have to play cool Takigawa. This Sashikibarashi is the fishiest of all.
なんじゃと？まだ言うか。 いえ、信じてますから。鏡さんのこと、完全完璧 100%。恩人なんです。疑ったりしません。
See? Okay. Oh, the boiled meat and potatoes is good. Forcefully change the topic as I feel slightly embarrassed. She's such a straightforward girl. Because of that, I can't help but feel sorry for her. She's been able to take a step forward. Smiling. I have to stop brooding over this.
ああ、空気読めてない人間がいますけど、気にせず食べてくださいね。私、本当に食欲なくて、食べに大丈夫じゃ。食事は賑やかな方が良い。のう、キキョ。
ええ、しばらくは私とイオ様二人きりでしたからね。あ、葵、何ですかその箸の持ち方は。
なんて、わかんない。
I taught you during lunch, right? Don't grasp it. You hold it like this.
食べられればいいじゃん。人前に出るわけでもないんだし。
今がまさにお客様の前です。
あ、私のことは別に気にしなくても。ほら、お客様もそう言ってます。
葵、誠様に恥をかかせるんじゃありません。
ごめんなさい。あ、角あった。
So it is sprout him.
気のせいです。
キキョウ様怖い。
あなたが無礼な振る舞いをするからです。
ああ、本当に私のことは気にしないでください。なんだかかわいそうだし。甘やかす必要はない。人ならざるものであっても、うつしおにいる以上好き勝手に振る舞えるわけでもあるまいて。
And to draw my ball towards you was saying something like that, eh? You glutton!
うっさハゲ。
What are you calling baldy? I'm canceling the internet contract!
ほんとすいませんでしたなんじゃ、何を笑っておる。だってコントみたいでおかしい。
Takigawa laughs with tears in her eyes. And after that, it's all smiles and laughter. Kikyo's homemade cooking. Such a gentle taste. Such a relaxing time. It is so lively and fun. The night goes on until finally it's time for bed. I want to take a peek into the guest room, but Takigawa's a girl. I can't just do as I please. Kikyo and I in the adjacent room, and Io's probably still up. I don't have to worry in case something happens. Good night! Call out from outside the door and head upstairs. I enter my room and collapse onto my bed without turning on the lights. Today, it's tiring. It doesn't feel like it's all over yet. It's just about to begin. As I'm about to doze off, I wake up to the sound of knocking on the door.
誠様、
Kikyo, come in.
失礼いたします。
The door opens and Kikyo steps inside my room.
大事なお話がよろしいですか。
Yeah, let me turn on the lights.
このままで。
She closes the door and sits upright on the floor. I somewhat sense what's about to happen. Get off the bed and sit across from her.
本日は本当にお疲れ様でした。お役目をご立派に果たされましたね。あの犬の魂を救ってくださいました。
Why does he kind of look like Rance? Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, shorten his hair a little and he's Rance. Shorten his hair a little and he's Rance. Hold on, let me just like open new tab. No. Open image in new tab. There we go, that's much better. This image will be kind of spoilery for Rance, but then again, who the fuck plays Rance for the story? So yeah, Just... You see what I mean? You see what I mean? See what I mean? The green shirt does not exactly help his case. Yeah, but it's only just begun.
そうですね。これから誠様はたくさんの霊と出会い、救っていくのでしょう。
Hope so.
できます。誠様なら。
Yeah, with everyone's help.
はい。誠様のおそばには常に我ら鬼が控えております。ですが、私はここまででございます。
She smiles. Smiles gentle and graceful as always. So you're departing.
はい。お役目をお伝えするのが我が務め。誠様の鬼を生み出すのが我が務め。すべて終えました。そろそろおいとまをいただきたく。葵を産むために力のほとんどを使い果たしてしまいました。血を求める秋となる前に先代のもとへ行きとうございます。
I know I didn't read that one accidentally. I know this is what's gonna happen. But it's all so sudden. Have you told everyone?
すでに最後に誠様と二人きりでお話ししたかったので。
Let's say. Thank you, Kikyo. Learned a lot about my mission, thanks to you. It's a very important job, but it's definitely worth doing.
はい。誠様ならばご立派にお役目を果たされることでしょう。
Send my regards to Gramps. Become a success we'll be proud of.
はい。必ずお伝えいたします。
I want to say, but I'll leave it at that.
はい。永遠の誓いを立てられぬこと、口惜しくはありますが、この数日間、かけがえのないものでした。誠様にお仕えできて、この帰郷、幸せ者にございます。
Me too. Glad to have met you.
ありがとうございます。最後にそのようなお言葉、大変嬉しゅうございます。
So imagining it, Kiki's eyes just slightly well up with tears just now. Can't think of it. It's only for a few days. But my memories with Kiki were so vivid that they're planted deep within me. My whole body remembered her warmth. I understood very well that we'd have to part this way. But can't stop her. Kiki's strong resolve won't allow it.
それでは、誠様。
Yeah.
葵をよろしくお願いいたします。跳ねっ返りではございますが、あれもあれで、あなた様のことを慕っております。
I know.
伊代様のことも、よろしくお願いいたします。放っておくと、自堕落にどんどん磨きがかかってしまいますので。
I think she's older than me.
本当に。
She chuckles heartily. I laugh as well. And our smiles won't fade. Kikyo gazes squarely at me.
最後は頭を下げて。それが段取りではございましたが、誠様の顔を見ながら行かせていただいてもよろしいでしょうか。
That's what I'd prefer to.
はい。では、そろそろ時間のようでございますので。
Part of Kikyo's body turns transparent. I have to stretch out my hand to her. But clench my fist and stop myself.
誠様、時間が許せばもう一度唇を重ねとうございましたが、とても
Whoops.
残念です。
Not as part of the ritual?
はい。ただの男と女として。
Why not follow you to that role then?
そうですね。楽しみではございますが、誠様にはまだ生きていただかなくては。それまで先代と共にお待ちしております。
I'll go over there once I'm done enjoying this world.
はい。では、誠様、これにて失礼いたします。
Yeah. Till we meet again.
はい。次は80年後に。それまでさようなら、誠様。
She sparkles away like the moonlight, beautifully and fleetingly. Kikyo goes to Gramps' side. She's departed. So she means that she would live to be 100. Lay my palm down over where Kikyo just was. Still some of her warmth left. Kikyo's gentle warmth. Sudden farewell. Can't hide my sadness. Can't remove my hand until the warmth has completely faded away. So that I'll never forget that Kiki used to be here. Never. August 22nd! Wake up early and get ready. We arrive at the temple where we brought Kotaro yesterday at the designated time. The head priest gives us a warm welcome and kindly explains various things to us, on whether to have a solo or communal cremation, on whether to have a solo or communal burial. After a brief deliberation, we decide to have a solo cremation and to have the remains placed in a cenotaph along with the other animals. I don't want to leave him alone. That was Takigawa's wish. Then Kotaro's funeral service begins. During the reading of the scriptures, when Kotaro is placed in the crematory, when he comes back as ashes, during the transfer of his ashes to an urn, during his burial, Takigawa bites her lower lip all throughout, shedding no tears. What a strong girl. Felt like I'd be the one to cry. Finally, Kotaro's memorial service ends. We stand in front of the cenotaph, unmoving. So many good CGs at the start.
これで小太郎とお別れなんですね。
Yeah. Always watch over you. Really loved you.
だといいな。鏡さん、お願いがあるんです。鏡さんのお仕事、お手伝いさせてくれませんか？供養のお金の話、私に聞かせないようにしてましたよね。働いて返します。だから、お仕事手伝わせてください。
We're bothered by that, eh? No need to pay for it because I wanted to.
でも、手伝いたいんです。
Strong words startled me. Such strong determination to voice, and like her sadness from her.
もし鏡さんと出会えなかったらって思うと怖くなります。私はずっと探し回って、小太郎はずっと一人で。鏡さんのおかげで小太郎を見つけられました。鏡さんのおかげでこうやって弔ってあげることができました。私一人だったら何もできなかった。見つからなくていつか諦めて、多分ずっと泣いてた。でも笑えたんです。鏡さんとみんなのおかげで昨日笑えたんです。悲しみを笑顔に変えるお仕事、とても素敵です。だから私もお手伝いしたい。 小太郎みたいに一人ぼっちで苦しんでる子たちを、残されて途方に暮れてる人たちを笑顔にしたい。そうすることで、ご恩返ししたいです。キキョウさんの代わりなんてうぬぼれたことは言いません。邪魔になるかもしれないけど頑張ります。だから一緒に。
Pleased to me in a desperate voice. Kikyo's replacement. She did leave a hole in my heart. Still, I have no intention of using Takigawa as a replacement. I do, however, move forward with her. Let's see.
ダメですか？
I'm also learning, so we'll end up discovering new things together.
じゃ
But there's one thing you should know.
あ、はい。
You get no pet. With a beaming smile, she gives a big nod. She stares warmly at the cenotaph.
小太郎、私、頑張るね。これからは、霊能探偵の助手。
Assistant, huh? Shouldn't be calling you by your surname, then.
私も名字で呼ぶのはよそよそしいですね。
We laugh. The mission of the Kagami family. I've only just started. But Kikyo, Gramps, and Kotaro are watching over me. And everyone else is by my side. That's why I feel like I can keep going. Protect the smiles of this town from behind the scenes. Said everyone, of course. Alright, let's head home. Look forward to working with you, Kotori.
誠さん。
Now we get the opening. I'm trying to skip the opening. Who is that? Yes. Wait, what? Sorry. Get this sassy child off of my screen. I repeat, get the sassy child off of my screen. Ah! It's not Kikyo. It's the second coming of... yeah. Fucking give us depression again. Jesus Christ! Spoilers, people! This is giving me like... I don't know why, but because Kikyo was the first one to appear in that segment there, all I could think of is like... like, you know the segments in JoJo when they like move on and they remember like the fucking comrades that died, and the fuck, and they remember the comrades they left behind, and they're just all up in the sky. That's what it just reminded me of. Again, Kikuchiyo Light, Kikyo. Who the fuck was Kikuchiyo again? Oh no, was that the boob freak from Kinkoi? I think that was the poof freak from Kinkoi. No. Several days have passed since Kikyo's departure and Kotaro's funeral. I've started to get used to my new life. I usually get up before 9 AM, have a simple breakfast, and look for ghosts after taking a walk. It's become my routine. I haven't encountered any new ghosts, though. Every day has been peaceful. Yeah, I should get some ice cream bars. Put a convenience store on the way back, so I stopped by. Io gobbles them up right away, so I pick up more than usual, choosing flavors at random and heading to the cashier. Pull out my wallet. This moment that I finally realize. Then there's more to peace. Huge problems lurking in the shadows.
なんじゃ景気の悪い顔をして。
Io emerges from the kitchen. She's already eating the ice cream I just bought.
何を読んでおる？エロ本か？
As if I'd read something like that in the open. It's a recipe book.
そんなのいいから構ってよ、ご主人。
Later.
どういった心境の変化じゃ？料理になど興味も示さんかったくせに。
I figured it's about time I learn how, so I bought this.
そんなのいいから構えよ、ご主人。
Later. Why are you ordering me around?
あれか。弁当に飽きたか。
No, the lunches are good, but the expenses aren't. I've been spending around 2,000 yen per meal.
3人もいるんじゃからそんなもんじゃろ。
Don't act like that's a good enough explanation. It's only been a week since I've moved in, and we're already pouring money down the drain. Can't survive with just my monthly allowance. I've got to learn how to cook to cut down on expenses, then look for a part-time job. We can't survive at this rate.
節約するために本を買う。それいくらじゃ？本末転倒じゃの。
This was a necessary expense. Besides, part-time listing magazines are free.
これ美味しそう！チンジャオロース？今日これ作ってよ、ご主人。
Let's see. I guess I could make something like that. Let me think about it.
なるほどの。生活費がきついなら早う言えばよいもの。心配する必要などないぞ。
Got a secret stash?
忘れたか？私とキキョウがどうやって生活していたか。
I see. There's the money Gramps left behind. Can I use that though?
私が言うことではないが、おじじはそのつもりで残しておるはずじゃ。使い道は誠が決めてしまっても構わんじゃろ。一人暮らしのはずが3人じゃからの。仕送りだけでは生活できんのは当然じゃ。おじじに甘えるほかあるまい。待っておれ。ネットで残高を確認してくる。確か100万くらいあったはずじゃ。
She exits the living room, teeth still latched onto the ice cream bar. A million yen. I feel guilty about using it since it's quite a hefty amount, but thanks to that I can live without any worries. It's already almost used up. Thanks, Gramps, I'll use it carefully. Can't throw money around though. It's still better to learn how to cook. Want to learn too, Highway?
食べる以外に興味なし。
Figured! I flip through the pages. I've got a pot and a frying pan, but do I have any measuring spoons and cups? It'll probably take a while to get all the cooking utensils. This is also a necessary expense. Spend less in the long run compared to buying lunch or ordering food. He returns as I'm lost in thought.
大変じゃ誠。
What's up?
3万しかなかった。
Huh?
3万しかなかった。
Of what?
残高。
Say it again.
3万しかなかった。
Out of a million.
今3万。3万。
What were you using it on?
主に食費。
As if, what did you use it on? Tell me the truth.
ゲームとかパソコンのパーツとかその他いろいろ手当たり次第買ったから把握してない的な。
You leech.
だって欲しかったんだもん。
To think she'd be defiant instead of apologizing. Can't just stand back and say nothing.
何？
Butt out. You need to be punished.
やだ絶対やだ
Come over here. You've got no excuse this time.
や
What? Disappeared. It's not like just her reflection she can erase, but herself entirely.
だ私を甘く見たの誠。伊達に長生きはしとらんぞ。仕置きは受けん。そして使った金も返さん。絶対にだ
I can hear her voice from somewhere within the room. It's really the scum of the earth. Damn it, where are you? I won't forgive you this time.
ご主人見えてないの？
You can see her?
見えるも何もそこにいるし。ご主人にお尻ペンペンしてるし。
She's really making fun of me. Alright, Aoi, go catch her, you.
やだめんどくさい。
I'll give you ice cream.
そこだー。やー
Io suddenly reappears at the Oyaharas herself at a seemingly empty space. Aoi firmly restrains Io and lifts her tiny body.
離せ離さんかああイオ様見た目よりずっと軽いむしろ重さ感じないジャイアントスイング余裕でできそうやってやって
Aoi grabs Aoi's ankles and whirls her around. So much for a punishment, she's actually enjoying it. Oh, whatever, this is too ridiculous. This isn't good though. What should I do from now on? I hear Kotori's voice from the entrance. I have no energy to greet her there, so I remain seated while waiting for her to enter.
お邪魔しまーすあれなんか楽しそうおー小鳥かはおいもうよいおいもういいってあ、はい
After being set down, probably still dizzy, she staggers around in various directions and falls over. This is divine punishment.
あ、大丈夫大事ない
She gets up and, with unsteady feet, plops onto her usual seat. She has a straight face on, but she looks a little sick. That's what you get for doing naughty things.
やましいことは何もしておらん
You're really terrible.
何かあったんですか
Nope, not at all. Welcome, but I have no job for you today.
だと思ってました
She laughs heartily. Kotori has been coming here since that day. Even though there's no ghost saving to do, she doesn't go home straight away. She helps out with the cleaning and laundry. She's been such a great help. Although she volunteered as an assistant, she's more like a housemaid. I'm embarrassed about having her do this, so she'll probably start doing actual work. I'm busy with a lot of things. I have to find a part-time job before dealing with ghosts.
お、誠さんバイト始めるんですか生活が苦しいんだってありゃ、それは切実ですね
It sure is. I have to learn how to cook so I can save money too.
別に誠が覚える必要はなかろう何のための鬼じゃと思っておる
Bitch, weren't you the one who told him not to rely on his demons so much? But Aoi doesn't feel up to it.
であれば家事能力に特化した鬼を埋め
Ah, that's a good idea, but can I really conjure one for that reason?
おじじも身の回りの世話をさせる鬼を2人も産ませておったぞ1人や2人増えても弁当に1000円使うよりは安く済むじゃろ
You're the one eating meals that cost nearly 1,000 yen each time, though.
いいよ難しいことわかんない
You little rascal.
とにかくじゃ鬼を埋め家事にかまけて本業がおろそかになっては本末転倒じゃからなついにこの時が来ましたな今すぐ始めますかご主人
No, it's tiring. At least make it tonight.
今しようよ
Why are you in such a hurry? Calm down. Just sit down first.
鬼ってどうやって生まれてくるんですかキスじゃ
Hey.
キス
Nah, there's no need to kiss.
でも聞きょうとしたんじゃろうが
Why are you so pissed?
キキョウさんとおやおや顔真っ赤にしちゃってもしやコトリンキス未経験な感じいやほほその反応図星のようじゃなわーお私と同じ半分一緒に済ませちゃう済ませてよせよせ大事にとっておけたかがキスされどキス男にとっては重要じゃ初めてを失ってから後悔しても遅いぞ
Stop it, you old geezers. They're both smirking with an embarrassed Kotori between them. Why are the girls in my home so shameless? My head hurts. Anyway, now that we've solved the issue of housework, all that's left are living expenses. I'll find a part-time job as soon as I can. Don't throw rent money around here. We have to start saving.
探す必要はない仕事ならもうある
Kid talk about mission here. Don't get any reward for that.
まあ私に任せておけ 霊能探偵にふさわしい仕事をしっかりと用意してやる。
あ、ついに始動ですか？鏡霊能探偵事務所。
Sounds so fishy.
信用しろ。こう見えても責任は感じておる。中途半端なことはせん。つてがある。急ぎ連絡しておこう。うまくことが運べば明日にでも使いのものが来るはずじゃ。詳しい話はそのものとするがよい。
I'm quite surprised you've got connections. What kind of person is this?
正確には私ではなくおじじのじゃがな。楽しみにしておれ。なかなか面白いやつじゃ。では早速メールを送っておくかな。
She gets up and heads to her own room. Gramps' connections, which means that you must have done this job too. It's probably not related to my mission, but I'm grateful as long as I can get as long as I get a salary. I'll do my best.
ご主人、お腹すいた。
Ah, it's already time for lunch. I just started cooking today since I bought that book.
あ、お手伝いします。私も料理はそんなにできないんですけど、キャベツ切るの得意ですよ。千切り。
What's with your reaction?
今日で最後なんだし、美味しいもの食べようよ。料理作れない人が作った料理なんて嫌だよ。ちなみに私も嫌じゃからな。
Ah, you're back.
何か買うてこい。弁当以外じゃぞ。デラックス幕の内はもう飽きた。
Sure, got it. I'm so disappointed about how greedy my housemates are.
買い物、私も一緒に行きます。暇なので。
How about your lunch?
もう食べたから大丈夫です。
Let's see. What should I get? Japanese, Western, Chinese.
真ん中の、
Western, I wonder if there's any store nearby that I can order some takeout.
一軒知ってますよ。私のお気に入りのお店なんです。おすすめ。
Oh, then let's go there.
案内しますね。商店街にあるんです。
Thanks, I'm counting on you. Go right outside, I'll grab my wallet. Get up and exit the living room, but head to my own room first. Should get the shopping over with right away and take another look at my expenses. It's quite cool today.
風があって過ごしやすいですよね。このまま涼しくなってくれるといいんだけどな。
He's gonna run into Yumi, and it's gonna be a hella awkward.
でも分かってます。どうせもっと暑くなるんですよ。毎年言ってますよね。例年以上の猛暑って。
The amount of pollen keeps doubling every year too.
あれ何なんですかね。このままだと暑さと花粉で人類滅びますよ。
That's a possibility. We stroll through town while making small talk. Sometimes Kokiri turns silent and glances around as if concerned about his surroundings. What's up? You've been acting strange since earlier.
誠さん。
Huh?
霊を見るのに何かコツとかあるんですか？
Ah, so you've been looking for them. You don't really realize it when you see one. Sorry, I have no idea.
そっか。私って誠さんにあそこにいるよって指さしてもらわないと見えないじゃないですか。自分だけで見えるようになったら、あそこに霊がいましたよってお仕事バンバン取ってこられるのになーって。
You don't encounter them that often, apparently. You don't need to rush. Take it easy.
そっか。ストップです。通り過ぎるところでした。ここですよ。ここ。
Stops in her tracks and takes a few steps back. She points to her left.
洋食屋さんっていうか喫茶店なんですけどね。メニュー豊富でいい感じなんです。学校帰りにたまに寄ったりして。
Oh, cafe. Cafe? Something in the depths of my memories bothers me. Cafe at the shopping district. I feel like I've heard this recently. Oh. Took a peek inside the restaurant from the glass window and remember. This is where Yumi's working part-time. And I'm right smack dab during her shift. I'm not sure whether this is a good time or bad time. Crap.
入らないです？
Let's go to another. I lock eyes with Yumi. I can't back out now. I'll go buy some food. Could you wait here?
本屋行ってきていいですか？あそこの。
Sure. I'll meet you there once I'm done. Enter the cafe after I make sure Kotori's inside the bookstore.
いらっしゃいませ。
An awkward smile. Not knowing how to react, I look away and stand there.
本当に来てくれると思わなかった。
Nah, I guess you could say the wind brought me here. Can I order takeout?
できるよ。あ、夏場だからできないものもあるけど。は
Now let's see.
い、メニュー。
Thanks. They have like the weird air going between them that just screams awkward teen romance that did not end well. I take the menu from her and give it a good look. Go to say quickly and then hurry on
今
home.
から作るからちょっと時間かかるけど大丈夫？
Yeah, fine with me. Let's see. The pasta pilaf, rice omelet, and a sandwich.
はい、ナポリタン、ピラフ、オムライス。お友達と一緒？お家に来てるのかなって。たくさん頼んでるから。
Oh, not really.
一人で食べるの？食べられる？
No, I've got housemates. That's why I'm ordering for free.
一人暮らしじゃなかったんだ。
Well, yeah.
女の人と一緒とか？
This is so terribly awkward. God. Jesus Christ. I'm like, I'm feeling the awkward. Like if I was literally just like a fucking patron sitting in this cafe just trying to eat my lunch in peace and was forced to experience this, I would be uncomfortable by proxy. Like, Jesus Christ, that's awkward over there. She finishes looking extremely uncomfortable as she asks. She's got her insatiable curiosity as usual, but it is problematic how should I respond. I guess you could say they're girls.
女の子？
Actually, is there autos? Let's actually go back to the autos, save, and save here proper. And go on us again.
女の子？
They've been living there even before I moved them. I'm living with them now. I can't just kick them out because Gramps died.
おじいさん。
Yeah, he passed away last month.
あ、そうなんだ。ごめんね、知らなくて。
It's my fault for not informing. Salad with extra bacon, please. Can I order raw stuff?
ああ、どうだろう。お家近いよね。
Yes, don't throw away, really.
じゃあ大丈夫かな。一応確認してみるね。そこに座って待ってて。
Sure. Yumi returns to the kitchen while I take a seat at an empty table. Crisis averted for now. I wasn't lying or anything, right?
美人な方ですね。
Whoa! Where's your book?
欲しいのなかったので。
I see.
お知り合いですか？
Yeah, we're in the same university.
大学の。ただならぬ関係ですか？
Oh no. God, I let out a proper spray there on accident. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Ew, disgusting. What the... I react strangely at a direct question, as a direct question catches me off guard. Fail.
怪しい。
No comment.
教えてくださいよ。あ、無視だ。ひどい。教えてください。教えて。なんで黙ってるんですか？無視しないでください。誠さん、ねえ、教えてくださいよ。
I maintain silence without yielding to her pleas. It's just like Aoi and Yumi. Why do girls like these kinds of topics? I can't put up with them, jeez. Time slowly passes by without anything eventful happening. If I know it, it's already late.
頭狙えないよ。ブレスの時がチャンスじゃぞ。好きだらけじゃ。尻尾もなかなか切れない。
Of course they're playing Monster Hunter. Of course they'd be playing fucking Monster Hunter because other games don't exist in visual novels. It's just Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter and like Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest, that is. What the fuck? They're all huddled around the dining table, engrossed in portable gaming consoles. By the way, Io owns all 3 units. It's no surprise we're broke. Hey. How long do you plan on gaming? Take your baths. I'll fix up your futon if you're staying the night, Kotori.
もうそんな時間ですか？帰ります。
じゃあ今日はここまでじゃな。
今日も遊んで終わってしまった。全然助手の仕事できてないですね、私。
Well, we don't have actual work to do yet. We might get busy starting tomorrow, though.
そうだった。昼頃に来客があるはずじゃ。夕方にメールが来ておったわ。
お昼頃ですね。了解です。じゃあ明日もそのくらいに。
Yeah, okay.
ではでは。
Everyone gathers at the entrance to see Kotori off.
お邪魔しました。
Say,
また明日。はい、また明日。
明日はもっと強い敵を倒しに行くぞ。
はい、お邪魔しました。
she puts on her shoes, bows several times, and heads on home. Now all I have to do is sleep. But why do you look like that? Why are you clinging to my arm?
来ましたね、この時間が。
For what?
おやおや、お忘れですか？新しい鬼、今ならお安くなっておりますよ。
Ah, right. I still have the most taxing work left.
さあご主人、初儀式ですよ。初夜です、初夜。待ちに待った。しましょう。早くしましょう、ご主人。私超楽しみにしてた。
Will you quit talking that way? Besides, why are you so clingy? It's turning me off.
主の血を口にできる機会などなかなかないからの。新たな鬼への煮えでもあるが、自分自身へのご褒美でもあるわけじゃ。
そういうこと。早く、ご主人早く。この前頑張ったのに、私まだご褒美もらってない。
Alright, already. But bear in mind that it's an important ritual to conjure a new demon, okay? Take it seriously.
それは任せてください。大丈夫です。
I feel uneasy about this.
能力はどうする？
How's those skills?
違うな。鬼はある程度記憶を共有しておると言ったじゃろ。火事に関する記憶を受け継ぐよう促してやれば、おのずと身につく。それはただの技能であって、鬼の能力ではない。
So I can boast some other power then. Bestow some other power then.
そういうことじゃ。
Which leads, let me see. How about visibility to ordinary people? I am so proud he actually went for that. I should have said that before the fucking line came on, because I was like, since he needs, his issue is the fact that A, he needs to feed like multiple people without having any household skills, and B, he also needs to like do the part-time job himself and get the ingredients himself and stuff like that.
過去にそのような鬼はいたから無理ではないが、いいのかそれで。
Not good enough. I think it's convenient though. She can go shopping. I can leave all the housework to her.
確かにそうじゃが、長年連れそうと考えるとどうかな。鬼は年を取らんぞ。
That was the wrong fucking button. We can deal with that somehow. It may have caused a scandal back in the day, but people nowadays aren't too concerned about their neighbors. What do you think, Oe? Are you fine with the new demon having those powers?
なんでもいいから早く決めてよ。早く血をよこせよ。
Jesus Christ. Perhaps it would make her more submissive to her master. She chuckles without a hint of guilt. Why'd she end up with this personality? Because she's a cat! Of course she'd have a personality like this. I have to be careful from now on. Let me take a bath first. I want to take a breather.
私から入る。レディーファースト。
Sure, go ahead.
覗いてもいいよ。
I won't. Hurry up and take a bath. She makes a dash for the washroom with a lewd smile on her face. Don't undress in the hallway. Jeez, it's so modest.
では私は部屋に引っ込んでおくか。ヘッドホンをしておるからの。思わぬ展開になっても気にするな。
What do you mean by that? Leave the area with a heavy sigh. I'm already exhausted, but I have to form the image of the demon in my mind. It's gonna be a demon seen in public, so she can't be a free-spirited child. She'll be one with good manners too. And hence, the Kikyo 2 Electric Boogaloo shows up. Enjoyed my bath alone once Aoi finished up her turn. It's not like I'm nervous at all, but you kind of get used to this the second time around. It's not like I'm not nervous at all, but you kind of get used to this the second time around. I'm more relaxed than I thought. Humming, I wipe down my body, get dressed, and dry my hair slightly. Now then, and what else is next? Aoi gave me some orders before I took a bath. A kiss that tasted like dinner would suck, so I should brush my teeth. She doesn't feel like going to my room, so I should head straight to hers once I'm done. I should wear a tracksuit because it'll make her feel like I'm treating her like garbage. And many other detailed orders. He's more feminine than I thought, so kissing her really is part of the deal. Can we like talk about... Oh, I shouldn't wear a tracksuit because it'll make her feel like I'm treating her like garbage. Yeah, that it very much changes the fucking meaning. Like, what the fuck she... Well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I should brush my teeth. Take my toothbrush and squirt toothpaste over it. I don't want her complaining that I did a sloppy job, so I make sure to groom myself properly. Head to her room after I'm done with my preparations. Fix my hair a bit too. Should be no problems. Thought it was a hassle at first, but this is an important ritual where I create new life. It should be normal to conduct it with around this amount of enthusiasm. Yeah, my mental state is completely different from last time. I relied on Kikyo for everything. For my mission, in order to conjure a well-mannered, disciplined demon into this world, I have to be confident. Alright. Oh, I'm coming in. Her reply completely spoils the mood. I think she gave all those orders. With a sigh, I enter the room.
ご主人いらっしゃい、いらっしゃいご主人。
Yeah, I'm coming in.
針あるよ、針。プスッといっちゃう？いっちゃおうか。指じゃなくてもいいよ。腕とかにする？指？腕？
Doesn't matter. However you want to use it.
じゃあどうしよっかな。個人的には首にガブーッと噛みついてみたいんだけど。
Nah, don't ever be a bad feeling about that.
よし、オッケー。そうしよう。ガブッといこう。
No, wait, wait.
じゃあいただきます。
Wait! Hey! As she's about to pounce me, I grab her by the shoulders and push her back.
何？なんすか？興ざめなんですけど。
Good. Just calm down for a moment, okay?
いただき。
Calm down!
はい。
She finally obeys my orders and kneels on the floor. With a sigh, I sit across from her.
なんだよ。さっさと飲ませてくれればいいのに。
I'd love to, but don't bite my neck. Kikyo told me it'd be a mess if you accidentally punctured an artery.
大丈夫。私を信じて。
Nope, I don't want to die. Use a safer method.
チェ。
Her face shows utter discontent. Always. Yeah. She's got this tendency to look down on me. Anyway, do it anywhere but my neck, understand?
はーい。じゃあ指でいいです。
You took gloomy finger,
は
okay?
い。針です。適当にチクッとやっちゃってください。
So haphazard. Treating me so haphazardly. She hands me a needle, which I think is the same one Kikyo used. Don't mind the pricking, but I'll probably feel the same sensation again. Need to brace myself.
怖いの？刺そっか？ブスーって、ブシャー！
What the heck is that? Never mind. If I let you do it, I feel like it might pierce through.
じゃあ優しくするから優しくブシャーってす
What
る
about
ん
how
だ。
you say it, but about the pricking?
ご主人は猫耳は好きだけど猫語は好みじゃないんだ。
Nah, it was cute to it sometimes. Wait, huh? No, it wasn't fucking cute.
ようやく自らの性癖を認めましたか。猫娘が好きだ。
No, I won't ever admit it.
だよ。いやいいよ。そんな話はいいよ。早く血飲ませてよ。血をくれ。血を。
That was cute just now.
血が飲みたいんや。
Very well. I aim the needle and take a deep breath. Puncture my index finger with slight force.
うわー、痛そう。
Of course, it is. With a witty remark, I remove the needle while somehow maintaining a poker face. I punctured too deep. I'm bleeding more than last time. Well, it's better than too shallow, I guess.
おいしそう。
Does it seem that way to demons?
見えなかったら言わないよ。
Well, of course you wouldn't. I hold out my bloody finger to Aoi. She gulps audibly. Just like Kikyo. Her cheeks turn red and her eyes sparkle enticingly. For demons, their master's blood must be something that can drive them to lose their senses.
いい？飲んでいい？
Don't forget we're in the middle of a ritual here.
わかってるよ。ご主人こそちゃんとイメージできてる？
No problem.
じゃあ、
Go ahead.
いただきまーす。あ、にゃー。
After tossing in a meow, which I react to with a wry smile that she ignores, she holds my finger in between her lips. She's in a trance. Her eyes slant downwards and she breaks out into a smile. Blood tastes like bitter iron to me. What? Fucking weirdo. I wonder how demons find it. Is it good? What does it taste like? What?
I don't know.
Ask me later. Is probably what she said, because she was frowning for a moment there. Suck the heart's content. She's probably not paying any attention to what I'm saying. She's just giving a casual reply. She's just giving a casual reply while sucking my blood. Something's off. It's not like I don't feel the strange sensation. But it's very weak this time. Too weak. Don't tell me. Aoi? You're just sucking my blood, aren't you? You're only sucking my blood, aren't you? Roar time's over. I pull out my finger from Aoi's mouth, and I use my other hand to block her head as it chases after it. Aoi? It's a ritual. I'm well aware of that. That's why we do the ritual first. I'll reward you after that. Yeah, I'm not saying you won't get any reward, but let's just do the ritual first, okay? You suck too much from me at first, there won't be any left for the ritual, right? Please, just bear with it for a little while. Can you do it? Cutely? Okay, I hold up my finger again. Now she closes in on my finger with her eyes sparkling with glee. She lightly shakes her head and stiffens her expression. Yeah. This time, with a serious look on her face, she opens her mouth slightly and clasps my index finger up to the first joint. And in that moment, I begin to feel weak. Here it is, the sensation of something being drained from me. A new demon sucking up my blood, my very essence. She lightly bites my finger while sucking my blood. I've seen Kikyo act in this manner. I watch her endearingly, thinking of how cat-like Aoi is. And then... Ow! I almost pull out my finger from a sharp pain. She went to laugh just now. Aoi, no biting.
You're on my hand, hey!
I react nervously to the words, couldn't help it. Aoi's grown intoxicated on the blood and is losing her senses. See, it's not impossible for her to bite my finger off. Somehow I don't feel like it'll happen at all. Guess that means I trust her. I think I've matured as a master. Well, that's what I tell myself. I have no idea what you're saying. You don't have to talk, just focus on the ritual. And I pat her head slightly. Lightly, she narrows her eyes as if it being tickled and sucks hard on my finger. Although she said she wouldn't bite, she's probably doing it unconsciously. She keeps biting it lightly. The sensation helps disperse my fatigue a little. And all that's left is to form the image of the new demon. Imagine it subconsciously. I have to stay awake. She whips away from me. I suddenly feel weak and dizzy by the time I stand my ground. Great job, all good. See, it's time for your reward then. Thrust my finger out to Aoi's mouth again. However, she shakes her head and refuses to put it in her mouth. Don't need it. Oh, yeah. Oh, our lips slightly touch. Okay, good night. Enough of that already. I return where I smiled always mischievous grin as I leave the room. And I immediately squat on the floor. Crap, my fatigue's way off the charts again. I feel like I'm even more exhausted compared to when I did it with Kikyo. Maybe I lost more blood this time. I have no idea. Just want to get to bed already. He was right beside me before I know it, with a disgusting smirk on her face. Didn't you have headphones on?
トイレに行くときに聞いてしまっただけじゃ。聞き耳を立てていたわけではない。いやはや、
なんだかんだ言い訳しておったがコビにニャを強制するとは、小道主様はそんなに猫娘が好きなのかにゃ。
You're the worst. And that's the part I didn't want you to hear the most.
いい傾向じゃ。緊張せず儀式に臨めた証拠じゃろう。羽目を外したとて恥じることはない。
Oh, tease me about it then.
嫌でーす。忘れた頃にまたネタにしまーす。
You're so evil.
すねるなすねるな。疲れたじゃろ。今日はゆっくり休め。明日は来客があるが、好きなだけ眠れ。待たせておけばよかろう。
Alright, what about work, right? They're coming in the afternoon.
そのはずじゃ。
I should be up by then. I'm back to my room. Going back to my room now.
肩を貸してやろうか。
That's the thought that counts. You can't help me walk with your height difference.
確かにそうじゃの。おやすみなさい、まこちゃん。
I told you not to. Good night, E.
こりゃ、頭を撫でるな。子供扱いするな。
I get back on my feet and head to my room. New demon, a visitor, and discussions about work. Tomorrow's gonna be one busy day. I have to get some sleep. Stretching my hand to take the smartphone by my stretch out my hand to take the smartphone by my bedside, unsure if I fully regained consciousness. What time is it? 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock! Crap, here we go again. I've slept the day after the ritual. We have a visitor. I have to get
お
up.
目覚めですか、誠様。
Huh? Startled from being called, I dropped my smartphone. I get startled the second time from seeing the woman who came to check up on me.
おはようございます。よくお眠りでしたね。そんなに似ていますか？葵姉さんにも同じことを言われました。
Sister? Oh, I see.
はい、あなた様にお仕えする鬼にございます。
She smiles at me. I had to take a closer look. She's a completely different person. But from her gesture, gentle manner, speaking, and aura, she's more like Kikyo's little sister than I always. I feel uncomfortable in spite of myself. I managed several kinds of demons, but not this form. Got caught off guard.
お着替え、そちらに用意しておきました。
Oh, thanks. Did you come to wake me up?
いいえ、誠様に真っ先に私の姿を見ていただきたくて待っておりました。お目覚めになるのを。
Whoops. Since when have you been waiting?
そうですね。5時間ほど前でしょうか。
5 hours? You could have just woken me up.
そんなことはできません。気持ちよさそうに眠っていらっしゃったので。
But still, for 5
寝顔を
hours.
眺めていたらあっという間でした。
She looks like she's been enjoying herself. Doesn't look like she was joking either. Get the feeling I conjured another demon with a weird personality.
誠様、ぶしつけなお願いとは存じますが。
Yeah, what is it?
名前をつけていただいてもよろしいでしょうか。
Oh, that's right. Got it. Hold on.
はい。
I get up and grab my phone again to open the flower dictionary. Let's see. Graceful sounding name is good. If possible, to project the same image in the language of flowers as well. Well, there's a perfect one right here. About Fuyo. It means delicate beauty and gracefulness in the language of flowers.
嬉しい。ありがとうございます。ではこれからは不要と名乗らせていただきます。
Oh, it's fast. No objections. I can change it now if you don't like it.
とんでもない。誠様につけていただけたなら、それだけでかけがえのない宝物。たとえ、あーという名前でも泣いて喜びます。
I wouldn't do that. She covers her mouth and chirps out her laughter. She is really a strange girl. Anyway, is Io around yet?
はい、お目にかかっておりません。
Guess we should head to the living room.
Hi.
Get off my bed, leave my room, and head to the first floor. She follows half a step behind me. She resembles Kikyo in this way, too. Sup, morning.
おはようございます。
Huh, you're already here.
はい、大事な初仕事の日ですからね。女子としては遅刻できません。
I overslept, sorry.
いえいえ。小鳥よ、よそ見をするな。一瞬の油断が命取りじゃぞ。危な。イエーイ、尻尾切ったったぜ、イエーイ。
Kotori is the only one who gets me. How Io and Aoi are absorbed in the game. These three only ever play games when together. Alright, everyone, let's put the game aside for a moment. Gather around. They've got a transfer student today.
新しいお兄さんですよね。待ってました。ようやくか。待ちくたびれたぞ。何回か誠の部屋に突撃しかけたわ。最初に会うのは誠様じゃなきゃ嫌だってすぐいなくなっちゃったからね。ちょっとみんな、何ゲーム中断してるの？
Okay, Aoi, you should pause too. I pried the console away from Aoi's hands and placed it on the table. Perhaps she's embarrassed. Call out to Fuyo, who was waiting in the hallway, as she has yet to enter the living room. Come on in, introduce yourself to everyone. She nervously enters the living room. Then she kneels by the entrance and gives a low
お
bow.
初にお目にかかります。不要と申します。
これはどうもご丁寧に。でも、初めて会った感じじゃないというか。
はい？
なんだか、キキョウさんに似てますね。特別な思い入れがあるのはわかるが、ここまでか、誠よ。いやね、私も生まれてきたこの子を見てびっくりしましてね。ご主人、キキョウ様のこと引きずりすぎでしょ。引くわ。
Shut up, stupid! Stupid! I knew they'd react like this, but I couldn't come up with a good excuse for my sleepy head. With my sleepy head. Could reply from the top of my head and sit down in my usual seat. Anyway, Fuyo will be in charge of all the housework. Please take care of things.
はい。なんなりとお申し付けください。
じゃあアイス買ってこいや。私プリンな。
She's not an errand girl. Stop it, you guys.
キキョウさんいなくなっちゃって寂しかったですけど、また賑やかになりそうですね。
Yeah, we don't need to buy boxed lunches anymore. Fuyo's gonna be a big help to our expenses. She's completely different from some parasites here.
小鳥のことを悪く言うな。ご主人最低。
I'm talking about you two!
おかしい。
小鳥さんでよろしかったですか？
ごめんなさい。自己紹介が遅れまして。滝川小鳥です。わけあって誠さんにお世話になっております。よろしくね。
はい、よろしくお願いいたします。失礼ですが。誠様とはどのようなご関係で？
どのような？雇い主と助手で合ってます？
Well, I guess that's about right. Why are you asking that anyway?
大事なことです。助手ですか。なるほど。それ以上でもそれ以下でも？
どういうことです？
よもや恋心など。
Hey, Fuyo, what are you getting at?
大事なことでございます。私の誠様に色目を使うなど言語道断。
Oh no! Scusa, Andre. You just said something outrageous, like it was nothing. What do you mean by my dear Makoto?
言葉のあやでございます。どうなのですか、小鳥さん。
いえ、恋心は、いい？
I like how he's basically like, what the fuck did you mean by my dear Makoto and Fuyu? Basically, like, without looking at them, just a phrase, don't worry about it.
では何とも思っていないと。
なんとも思ってないわけじゃないですけど。
Really?
いえ、それはいろいろと助けていただいたわけですし、それはいろいろと思うところもあるんですが、なんというか、尊敬です。霊能探偵として尊敬しているんです、誠さん。
なるほど。尊敬ですか。
はい、そうです。
そうですか。では、仲良くなれそうですね。私。
よかった。
誠への愛情ゆえにか。また性格の濃ゆい鬼を生み出したの。
Are you saying this is my fault?
120% な。
Is this another one of my fetishes? Maybe I have a desire to be someone's sole object of love. I don't know myself anymore. Forget it. Anyway, I've solved one of our problems with this. Now I've only got work left.
14時頃に来るそうじゃ。もうしばらく余裕があるの。
どんな人が来るの？
知らん。
イオちゃんの知り合いじゃないの？
メールの相手はな。姿の見えん私の代わりに通販を受け取って縁側に置いておいてくれるいいやつじゃ。
Don't cause trouble for people.
うっせ黙れ。今日は新人とやらが来るらしい。誠もこの世界に入って日が浅い。新人同士気が合うじゃろ。
Does that person have the same mission as me?
さてそれはどうじゃろうな。来てからのお楽しみじゃ。まずは食事じゃ。供養の手料理が食べたいの。
では、ご用意させていただきます。
Oh, but we don't have any ingredients. I need to go shopping.
それも私が。ただ、なんとなくは把握しているのですが。
じゃあ私が案内しましょうか、スーパーまで。
That's fine, I'll go. I want to take a short walk. I need to keep myself awake until the visitor comes.
私も一緒に行きます。ここにいてもやることないし。いや、小鳥くんには大事な仕事がありますぞ。
クエストの続きじゃ。
It's okay. Go ahead and play. I'll have you work hard later in the afternoon.
いえ、行きます。ゲームは後でね。
じゃあ二人でやるか、葵よ。
効率落ちる。ブー。
If only you guys would work hard too. Fuyo Kotri, could you wait a little while? I'll go wash my face and change clothes.
承知いたしました。
Get up and head to the hallway. I'm curious about the work, but then again, I'll be eating homemade cooking for the first time in a long while. I'm already excited just by the mere thought of it. I've got to do my best again today. The three of us were supposed to go to the supermarket, but we head to the shopping district first due to Kotori's suggestion.
あんまり利用しないんでわからないですけど、物によってはここで買う方が安いかも。
That's a great help. Being thrifty is awesome. For you, do you remember how to get here?
はい、大丈夫です。
確か、八百屋さん？青果店？があっちにあったかな。
You walk further into the shopping district following Kotori's lead. You may be able to shop smart thanks to Kotori's knowledge of the area, but to be honest, I don't want to come here too often, especially not near the cafe.
あれ？
Speak of the devil. I just bumped into her. Crap.
誠くんの買い物？
She says, then cocks her head to the side and tucks her hair behind her ear. She usually does this when she's nervous or fidgety. Yeah, he knows her well. When he has when he like accurately immediately picks up that kind of fucking tick. This man has been around her one few too many times. I have a bad feeling about this.
もしかしてこの前言ってた
Yeah, my housemates, I guess.
はじめまして滝川と申します。誠さんにはお世話になっております。
はじめまして、不要と申します。公私ともに誠様のお世話をさせていただいております。
土方です。お世話って講師？
Yumi is clearly confused. I knew this would get complicated. But Fuyo's powers are obviously at work. Yumi can see Fuyo, clear as day. All that's left is to figure out how to deal with this sticky situation. How to explain this? She's my housekeeper, basically. I've known her from when Gramps was alive and had her come out.
そうなんだ。てっきり付き合ってるのかと。
She looks away, surprised by her own words. How should I react to this? I don't really want to talk about these things with Yumi.
ごめん、私バイトの途中ですぐ戻らなきゃ。
Oh, you're in uniform after all.
ちょっと買い出しに来ただけで。じゃあね、また。
Yeah, see you.
さようなら。
またです。
Yumi leaves in haste. It's like this every time. It gets tiring, honestly.
緊張した。近くで見たの初めてですけど、やっぱり綺麗な人ですね。
Well, she's always been popular with the guys.
やっぱり絶対クラスのマドンナ的ポジションですよね。
誠様にとってもマドンナだったんですか？あの方、誠様に好意を寄せてらっしゃいます。
そうなんですか？
That's why we didn't eat right away. We have no time to eat. We'll have no time to eat.
話そらした。前と同じパターンだ。気になる。
気になりますね。
Come on, let's go.
こっちですよ、こっち。
Wrong turn.
動揺してる。
話してくださればよろしいのに。
When the time comes, I forcefully end the conversation and get away from that area. It's not really something I need to hide, but the memories with Yumi are a little painful. I ate so much. Threw myself down on the porch while fanning myself. Fuyo's cooking? Sure was good. She had a lot of dishes, but her simmered beef and tofu was perfection. Always look forward to mealtime at this rate. She can make everything from Japanese to Western and even Chinese food. I don't have to worry about getting sick of the menu.
すぐ横になっては牛になってしまいますよ。
Fuyo comes over and leaves me a glass of barley tea.
煮出したばかりなので、まだ冷えていませんが。
It's fine, thanks. Get up and take the glass. Then I hear the front door being opened. It's probably Kotori. She parted ways with us at the shopping district, saying she had food at home.
どうも。滝川小鳥、帰還しました。
Welcome back.
お客さんまだですよね。
Nope, but it's probably about time. Peek into the living room to check the clock. Around 5 more minutes. Visit should be here any moment.
では私、お茶菓子の準備などを。
Yes, please. Oh, wait.
あ
Aoi gives an indefinite reply as she's absorbed in her game in the living room as usual. If you're gonna play a game, do it in your room. Don't loaf around in front of our guest.
どうせ見えないでしょ。
いいや、多分見えるだろうな。
You, who immediately holed up in her room after lunch, comes trotting back. A rare sight, she's in a tracksuit.
おお、座敷わらしっぽい。
おお、小鳥にこの姿を見せるのは初めてじゃったかな。
So you're actually dressing up nicely. That's a relief.
安心。少々気が早いのではないか。
She gives me a suggestive smirk. What is she up to? After being gone. The intercom notifies us of a visitor. Person has come. I'm a little nervous.
私が。
Fuyu, who was busy making preparations in the kitchen, heads to the front door.
私たち邪魔にならないようにあっちの部屋にいますね。葵ちゃん、行こう。へーい。
Kotari transfers to the guest room, taking Aoi with her. Iwa disappears off to somewhere without me realizing. What's she up to? With an uneasy feeling in my heart, I go out to greet the visitor. That's as if it's not my personality to wait in the living room like a king.
ああ、誠様。お客様がお見えになりました。お邪魔します。
As I arrive at the entrance, a beautiful woman in a suit appears at the same time. She's probably a little older than I am. Taken aback, since I was expecting a male visitor. Thank you for coming all the way out here.
いえ、こちらこそお時間取っていただいて。あなたが鏡誠さん？
Yes, that's right.
はじめまして。刑事13課の伏見あずさと申します。
Oh lord, criminal investigations. This can only end terribly. Anyways, we now know her name, Asusa Fushimi. Asusa Fushimi. Not Fishimi, Fushimi. Fucking beat. Bushemi. Fushimi Asusa. Kawashima Rino. It should be the same VA as yeah. Yeah, I think that is same VA as Tsujido, if I remember correctly. Yep, it's Tsujido's VA. I just scrolled all the way down and it says Majikoi A Ryoken route after, and it lists her as Magi Gababot. That's just enough to tell me that she is who I think she is. She also voiced someone in fucking Kuruinu. Oh, right. Yikes. Criminal investigation. You're a police detective.
はい。
She takes out a police officer ID from her pocket, and she also gives me her calling card. Well, that's my first time seeing the real deal. It is actually way beyond what I expected. Why does EO have these connections? I guess so, for someone who lived a long time. I'm impressed.
鏡家のお役目をあなたが引き継いだとか。
Ah, that's right, only recently though. More nervous than I should be, I pick my words very carefully, knowing that she's a police officer. She knows about my mission, which means I'll be working together with police. Wonder what I'm supposed to do. I haven't the faintest.
鬼を刺激すると聞いています。
Oh, you know about that. Yes, that's right.
見せていただいても？
Ah, yes, she's right here.
はじめまして。不要と申します。誠様に仕える鬼にございます。あなたが？はい。本当に？はい。やっぱ担がれてるのかな。
Her sharp image instantly changes as her face turns crestfallen. She turns her fingers through her hair and lets out a
刑
sigh.
事になれたぞって張り切ってたけど、これだもんな。結局厄介払いだったわけか。
What do you mean?
だって、うさんくさいと思わない？何よ、13かって。オフィスも超狭いし。
I can't quite relate to what you're saying.
ごめんね。新人いびりに付き合わせちゃったみたいで。鬼とか霊とか、最初からうさんくさかったもんね。君も困ったんじゃない？
See, she doesn't believe any of it. About my mission, demons, none of it. She came to this house half in doubt, so Fuyu, who looked like a normal person, any normal person, concluded that her boss was pulling her leg. Brad should have brought Aoi out too. She doesn't believe it. Does this mean she can't see it in the first place? It's different from what Io told me. Crap, my head went into overheat.
落ち着け。予想通りじゃ。新人らしい反応じゃの。
Huh? Irio's voice nearby, but I can't see
まあ
her.
見ておれ。一発で信じさせてやろう。
Io's presence fades away after the floor gives a slight creak. What's she up to disappearing like that?
今子供の声しなかった？
Yeah. I could hear her voice. She can't see.
脅かそうとしてる？
Ah! So that's her plan!
何あって。
Try to stop, but it's too late.
Hmm?
This Fushimi gives a slight wobble. Unusual wrinkles start forming on her suit, all of which slowly move upward. He was climbing up. I know what he's up to.
何これ変な感じ。
何 Does your back feel heavy by any chance?
なんか急にちょっとだけ。なんでわかったの？
Well, I can see the reflection.
映る？何が？
I think you'll understand once you look in the mirror.
鏡？
She glances at a full-length mirror by the front door, and she instantly freezes up. Oh, Jesus Christ, she's such a troll. Io's shrill cry, Miss Fushimi's scream of terror. What's reflected in the mirror is a picture of hell. Her facial expression is one that ladies ought not to show. How do I deal with this?
何なの？なんで背中に子供？なんで
She'll cry once more. Miss Fushimi's reaction is yet to fade. Even if you don't believe in ghosts, if a young girl suddenly climbs on your back and shrieks, you'd definitely be freaked out. I should stop her. I feel sorry for her. I'll have to stop you. Hey, Io, that's enough.
何あれいないよね。鏡の中だけ。なんで？なんかついてる。私にお母さん助けて。私あなたのお母さんじゃない。どうして産んでくれなかったの？苦しいよ。妊娠した経験もない。もう泣きおったか。いい大人が根性ないの。
You dimwit! I punched around where I thought Io would be. I only wanted to bunk her on the head, but I missed and hit her squarely in a different area. She fell off Miss Fushimi and reappeared, writhing in agony. You're overdoing it!
仕方なかろうが、こうでもせんと疑り深い現代人は信じんのじゃ。どっから来たのこの子。
Miss Fushimi reacts to Io. Yep, she can see you alright.
痛かった。さっきからずっとここにおったぞ。見えておらんことだけじゃ。嘘、絶対嘘ではない。どうじゃ初めての心霊体験は。
Don't get too cocky. I'm sorry, Miss Fushimi. Oh, you're alright. Stupefied. She stares at Io with slightly bloodshot eyes as if her soul left her body. I'm really sorry for that rude welcome. Io, do it again.
脅かすのか。
Just disappear.
つまらんの。これでよいか。子供の霊ではない。座敷わらしじゃ。座敷。本物。ここまでの体験をしてまだ疑うのであれば、それもよかろう。じゃあそちらの方も。
見た目はただの人なので信じられないかもしれませんが、紛れもなく鬼にございます。私の姉はもっとわかりやすいですよ。
わかりやすいって。
Speak of the devil.
何？なんか楽しそう。ね
猫娘。
ああ、ダメだよ、葵ちゃん。勝手に
学生タイプも。
なんです？
You came at a bad time. She thinks you're a demon.
まあ、面白いからいいですけど。
You're okay with that? Well, your hairstyle makes it look like you've got ears anyways. You're a perfect duo.
じゃあ、私は犬ですね。ワンワン。
Like a child, she stares in amazement. She's still bewildered, but it seems like she finally believes. But I feel like there shouldn't have been a better way to. There should have been a better way to make her believe. I feel so sorry for her. Anyway, we should head in to make ourselves more comfortable.
はい。食べられたりしない？
I'm really sorry for scaring you. Let her in the living room while constantly bowing an apology. I'm seriously happy she hasn't arrested me yet. It would have been funny in itself if, like, the second she, like, Io started scaring her, like, his instant reaction was just, like, the second she lets out the scream, like, Io screams, Asusa screams, he just punches Io off of her. Like, just basically has a reaction, just... Take our seats, and Fuyo brings out some tea and traditional snacks. After briefly introducing everyone, I don't open up a topic, but wait for Ms. Fushimi to calm down. She sips her tea and clears her throat. Then she fixes her disheveled hair and begins to speak with a stern expression.
先ほどはみっともない姿を見せてすみませんでした。
Whoops, sorry.
改めまして、刑事13課の伏見です。
今さら取り繕っても遅いがの。
だよね。
She returns a weak smile to Eel's rude comment. At first glance, she looks like a stern career woman, but she might actually be more friendly than she looks.
さて、前置きはもういいかな。今回8代目の襲名で合ってる？とにかく新しいご当主にご挨拶に参りました。
Thanks for coming all this way. I'm not quite sure how my family and the police are related yet.
当主なのに？
I didn't learn about it until recently.
ああ、そうなんだ。鏡家の相談役って方からメールがあったそうなんだけど。
私のことじゃな。
そうなんだ。じゃあ今日私がここに来たのは彼に仕事の説明を？
それと例の存在を信じない新人への荒領事じゃの。
通過儀礼だったってわけね。ほんとびっくりしたんだから。
I'm sorry about my so-called advisor.
自称とはなんじゃ自称とは。それでお仕事っていうのは何なんですか？警察の方々が誠さんの力を必要としてるってことなんでしょうか？
そういうこと。ざっと説明するね。警察には変な通報がよくあるんだけど、うちの13課は主にそれを取り扱っているの。もっと限定すれば心霊現象の類ね。霊に狙われてるんですって通報があれば鼻で笑ったりせず、それを律儀に調査するわけ。正直署内ではオカルト係って笑われてるし、私自身もとんでもないところに飛ばされたってついさっきまで思ってたんだけど。
Like, yes, how to convince the entire station that ghosts exists. You just, don't worry, leave it to me. Just like the next day at the station, the chief is just drinking his coffee, and suddenly he just noticed something. Looks to the middle of the station, and he just sees Io standing there, like fucking, just like this, just like blinking in and out of existence, just like this fucking gremlin that she is. She stops mid-sentence and turns her gaze one hour
ま
away.
さか実在してたなんてね。触ってもいい？
優しくしてね。
もちろん。うわ、作り物じゃない。本物の耳だ。
私も同じことを言いました。やっぱり気になりますよね、そこ。
ねえ、鬼って言うから角でも。待って、話がそれた。
So let's go over his ears and sits upright.
もう気づいてると思うけど、鏡くんには捜査の協力をしてもらいたいの。
I see, you mean for paranormal curse cases?
そうそう。
Dr. Talk is right.
先代にも手伝ってもらっていたみたいね。
おじじだけではなく、もっと前からじゃな。鏡の家とこの町の警察は代々協力関係にある。
No, that was only Gramps, but apparently it goes way back. Yeah, I had no idea.
やはり当主一人だけでは限度があるからの。協力者は必要じゃ。互いにの。
私も配属されたばかりでよくわかんないんだけど、警察が不思議な事件の情報を集め、鏡家が解決するって図式ができているのかも。うちの課にいる人なんて私も含め普通の人だし、鏡くんみたいな本物に頼ることで厄介な事件を処理してきたんだろうね。
普通の人というのも少々違うな。才能があるから13課に配属されたのじゃ。現に私や葵のことがしっかりと見えておるじゃろ。
え？誰にでも見えるんじゃないの？
Yes, my mom couldn't see Io.
私も誠さんに教えてもらわないと見えないです。
ほう。え？じゃあ私も霊媒体質ってこと？
やろうな。
わあ、20年生きてきて衝撃の事実発覚ってことは、私飛ばされたわけじゃないんだ。選ばれたんだ。わお、急にやる気出てきた。
Yeah, I've really heard the Tsujido in that one. Clenches a fist, sparkling with glee. She was worried about being an unwanted person earlier, but I'm relieved that she made a quick recovery. Looks like we can get along.
よし、テンション上がってきたところでお仕事。早速依頼の話をさせていただきます。
おお、依頼。探偵事務所らしくなってきましたね。
I'm starting to get nervous.
失礼。ご依頼とおっしゃりましたが、内容によってはお断りさせていただいても。ご当主様を、断られたら仕方ないってスタンスみたい。一人じゃカバーしきれないこともあるだろうし。そうですか。安心いたしました。誠様、差し出がましい真似、大変失礼いたしました。
No, it's fine. Thanks. Give me the lowdown then.
了解。あ、その前に一番大事な話。報酬は事件解決後にお支払いすることになっているそうです。その点のみご了承を。
Oops. So I won't get paid until after the case gets solved. Seems a bit tight, but it's just natural. Understand? I'll do my best.
報酬って何？お金？
もちろん。
いくらくらい？
私はそのあたり知らないな。相談役さんの方が詳しいんじゃないです？
あいにく生活に困らん程度ではあるのじゃろうが、鏡家の当主はどいつもこいつも具体的な金額を明かさんかった。
Well, obviously, if they did, you'd splurge.
ギリギリ生活できない程度に浪費する自信がある。
I'm worried about our life from now on.
なかなかご苦労されているようで。じゃあパパッと事件解決しないとね。
She takes out a folder from a bag. From it, she pulls out several photographs and lays them on the dining
あ
table.
れ、ここ知ってます。公園の近くですよね。
Park. I have vague memories of going there as a kid. Can you think of it? I haven't been there since I've only been strolling around the shopping district.
公園のちょっと西のあたりかな。閑静な住宅街なんだけど、ここの家見てくれる？
The wall is destroyed. What happened?
車が突っ込んだの。ここ3ヶ月で6回目の事故。もっともみんながみんな塀に突っ込んだわけじゃないけどね。
6th in 3 months. It looked like an accident-prone area to me.
ああ、聞いたことあるかも。なぜか事故が多発する魔の道路があるって。
まさにここがそれ。ただの直線だし見通しも悪くない。野良猫が飛び出てハンドルを取られたなんてことはあるかもしれないけど、それにしても6回は多すぎる。 人通りが少ないからスピードを出す人は多いんだけど、カーブで事故るならまだしも、ここでいきなりハンドルを切って家に突っ込む理由がわからない。
So the drivers crashed for no reason.
何その渋い顔。
ですね、13課に回ってくるような事件ですので、まあなんていうか、そこら辺の調査が不十分なのが通例だそうでして。なんかよくわかんないけど、あそこで事故多発するから、お前ら原因調べてくれ。
相変わらず他の課から軽い扱いを受けておるようじゃの。嘆かわしい。
ほんと、私も配属されてからストレスが。待って、まあそれはいいんです。とにかくただの運転手の不注意として処理されているけど、13課はそれだけではないと判断しています。ここに悪霊でもいて、事故を誘発しているんじゃないか。
I see. So one way to find out the cause of the accidents?
そういうこと。お願いできる？
Yeah, leave it to me. I give an enthusiastic nod. I spent the past few days doing nothing. And finally do something related to my mission. Need to do well.
しかし、いきなり悪霊ときたか。誠には少々荷が重いように思えるが。
Does it sound like bad news?
めったに会うものではないから可能性は低いじゃろうが、もし本当にいるのであれば事故を起こしているくらいじゃ何らかの恨みを持っているのじゃろう。それに悪霊は大体話が通じん。非常に厄介だぞ。1日2日で解決できると思うな。悪霊と向き合うには長い時間が必要じゃ。
Let's see. How can we solve the case before our living expenses run out?
じゃあ他の依頼がないか課長に聞いてみるね。簡単なのがあればそれを優先してもらった方がいいだろうし。
Yes, thank you. But please, let me do this job. Can't just turn a blind eye if there's a ghost, even if it's an evil spirit. Right, Kotori?
誠さんの言う通りです。私も精一杯頑張ります。
Right. Anyways, I head to the scene of the crime. I think I should be able to tell if there's a ghost there.
了解。案内するね。今からで大丈夫？
Yes, join us, Aoi.
私？
You might need your powers. Could you wait for us? Could you wait for us here, Fuyo?
はい。ご夕食の支度をしてお帰りをお待ちしております。
気をつけろよ。場所が場所じゃ。それほど危険性はないじゃろうが。やばいと思ったら逃げるんじゃぞ。
I know, I'll be careful.
私がいるから大丈夫っしょ。行くぜ皆の者。
Why are you taking charge?
ごちそうさま。さて、行きますか。
Miss Fushimi, who made short work of the sweets, gathers the photographs and follows Aoi to the entrance.
気をつけてな。
Yeah, I know.
行ってきます。
はい。行ってらっしゃいませ。
They see me off and I step outside.
あれ？
Miss Fushimi stops in her tracks about when we pass the gate.
葵ちゃんは？そこにいたよね。
She's still here?
ヘイここにいるぜ。
ああ。不思議。ちょっと待って。
She takes a step back and immediately takes another step forward. In and out of the grounds, she does this several more
どうしたん
times.
です？
やっぱり。私、この家の中じゃないとダメなのかも。一歩でも出ると見失う。声も聞こえないっぽい。
Maybe there's a special power inside the house. Gonna think of it, my clairvoyance returned after moving here.
ああ、でもわかります。このうちなんだかあったかい感じがするんです。他とは違うっていうか。
Maybe it's Io's Hatsashiki Varashi's power. Not sure though.
興味深い。けど、今はいっか。行こう。申し訳ないけど、暑い中徒歩です。
Like, she's the one I don't fucking envy there. She's in here in a full black suit, which does look hella fine, by the way. But still, it must be a fucking pain to wear that in the heat. Listen, I have a fucking typo, right? Got it.
ご主人、手つないで。
Why? I don't want it. It's embarrassing.
ちょっとちょっと、私のわからないところで会話するのやめて。蚊帳の外で寂しい。
I feel the mood. Just get into the mood.
むずっ。誰か通りがかった時に鏡くんが虚空に話しかけてたら他人のふりするので。
At least talk to me then. Please don't make me look like a freak.
大丈夫です。私がフォローしますから。
さあ行こっか。こっちだよ。
Miss Fushimi leads the way towards the scene of the accident. An evil spirit. I don't know if there's one around, but if there is, you have to be careful. We arrive at the accident area after walking for around 15 minutes. With a quick scan around while drinking the tea I bought from a vending machine that was along the way here.
どう？何かいる？
Oh, really? As far as I can see. Oh, do you feel anything?
霊を感知する能力など持っておりませぬので。
Alright, how about you, Kotori? Can you see anything?
いえ、私も何も。でも、いえ、気のせいかな。
Anything will do. What is it?
はい、本当にいるのかなって。悪霊というか、霊なんていない気がして。
Tell.
なんとなくなんですけどね。さっき気がついたんです。霊とかそういう存在がいる場所ってとても不思議な雰囲気がするというか普通と違う感覚があって思い出したんですけど、私がよく散歩コースの途中で立ち止まっていたのも小太郎がいそうだなってなんとなく感じていたからで。
See, so it's Yora then. See.
本当になんとなくですよ。なんとなく思い込みかもしれないし。
No, I believe you. There must be something here if accidents keep happening. As far as I can tell, there aren't any ghosts. If it's a wandering ghost, then there should be accidents in other areas. By the way, Miss Fushimi, do accidents occur at a specific time?
それがね、まちまち。半分は夜間に起こってるけど、あと半分は昼間だったり夕方だったり。
So no specific time, huh? Then can't wrap my head around that.
よくわかんないけど、結局霊なんていないってこと？
Can't say for sure. There was a possibility that a wandering ghost might have caused an accident whenever it passed by here. Yeah, I just started out in this ghost business. I won't help to overthink things, Won't have helped to overthink things. Oh wait.
出番ですかな？
Yeah, I'm counting on you to read the memories here.
何？術使うの？
Something like that. We're gonna dig up and watch the memories of the people who experienced the accident. It's psychometry.
すごい！そんなことできるの？
Yeah, the wall's all fixed up now. When was the last accident?
確か1週間くらい前かな。もうちょっと前かな。
It's been quite a while. Can you do it, Aoi?
やってみないことにはにゃんとも。
Let's do it.
お手を拝借。
Yep. Lightly grip Aoi's hand. Try it on that wall.
勝手承知。
She raises the palms towards the wall and closes her eyes. And with a few short breaths, she
行
begins.
くよ。
She releases her powers while emitting a soft light. Waves of information come pouring in. This hits me hard as always.
もうちょい深く。だよね。
Yeah. Go ahead.
ご主人、まだ。
Okay, I think this should do. She exhales loudly and lets go of my hand. I feel dizzy. Can't quite get used to this sensation.
すごい。初めて見ました。超能力だ。
ちょっと大丈夫？傍から見てると完全にエセ霊能力者だったけど。
I bet it did! But it wasn't an act though. I saw a few things, but I can't say for sure if they're useful. Tell me where the other 5 remaining accidents happened.
了解。最初の事故がこっちかな。
Yes, Aoi, just a little more.
はーい。
I use Aoi's powers thoroughly in each of the areas Miss Fushimi shows me. made sure to check each spot where a car crashed. But all this is quiet.
ダメ。もうダメ死ぬ。私死んじゃ
This was the last one, right?
もう終わり。もっと遡ればまだあるかもだけど。
もうやらない絶対やらないご主人に言われてもやらない
Yep, thanks. Oh, I am also beat. Oh, damn it, I'm hurting all over.
大丈夫ですか
Got the word, he peeks at my face and gently wipes away my sweat. Oh, my dear assistant. You're acting very assistant-like right now. Thank you, my assistant.
うわ、目が真っ赤になってる。大丈夫？術の後遺症的な？
My headache is a side effect, but my sore eyes aren't. I think I picked up the pain the victims experienced. I didn't know this was possible.
ん？ドライバーが目の痛みを感じていたってこと？
Probably. I saw different things when they swerved, but all of them experienced eye pain. And also, what's that again?
なんか光ってなかった
That's it. That was light. Something flickered in my line of sight. Not quite. It was flickering quite intensely, and it came from angle-wise over there, I guess.
マンションのところ？
Yeah, I think so. From the third or fourth floor, or maybe higher. Anyway, it came from around there.
事故直前に目の痛み。そし
Some
て
assholes pointing at them with a fucking laser pointer. Her head springs right up as if she had a sudden realization. Then her brows immediately crumpled into a frown in deep thought.
似たようなケース聞いたことあるかも。そうか、気づかなかった。事故はこっちからあっちに走ってる車しか。
お、解決の糸口が見つかったっぽい。
多分そうだ。そういうことかも。
Did I help?
すっごくありがとう、鏡くん。それに葵ちゃんも小鳥ちゃんも。私署に戻るね。調べたいことがあるの。
It's hilarious how they like put Aoi's nickname as Aoi. Understood. Please let me know if you need help with anything else.
さすが本物の霊能者。頼りになる。じゃあね。またそのうち。
I really like her already. Somebody please help me. She runs off after tapping me on my shoulder. I ended up pretty quickly. Probably get good marks for today's service if I helped solve the case.
おー、終わりいいのかなこれで。
Probably. Seems like it helped. Well, it's at home. We'll just wait for Miss Fushime to contact us.
お疲れ様でした。ご主人、手つないで。
Again, don't wanna.
いいじゃないですか。葵ちゃんすっごく頑張ったのに。ねえ、そうだよ。頑張ったのに。
Sure, here.
イエーイ葵ちゃん、私ともつないで。にゃはは、オッケー。
What the heck is this? The three of us hold hands while walking. It's a little embarrassing, but it's not bad. So I'm assisting the police, huh? I honestly feel worried, but I have a feeling it'll work out just fine. With everyone's help, anyway. I'll wait for a report, but even so, it's not like there'll be any new developments after a few hours or days. That's why everything's back to normal when I get home. Back to my daily life. After having a good rest, I wait at the table for dinner to be served. My digestive juices have been stimulated by savory scent wafting in from the kitchen. Delish! Sits the spot.
ありがとうございます。
絶品じゃな。煮付けが実に私好みの味付けじゃ。おかわり。私も。
はい、お椀をこちらへ。
葵ちゃん、さっきまでヘトヘトだったけど、よかった。元気出てきたね。ご飯食べれば元気100倍。
Using your powers must burn a lot of calories, thanks to your hard work. Only one who stayed at home and played games all day, stuffing herself the most. How strange.
バカ者！座敷わらしは常に家に幸福エナジーを分け与えておる。家の中にいるだけでも疲れるんじゃ。
そうなんだ。イオちゃんすごい。
嘘じゃけどな。やめよう。かわいそうな子を見る目やめよう。
It's cause you tell those stupid lies.
うるさいな。でも私の力がこの家に作用しているのは本当。今の幸せは私のおかげ。私に感謝しながらお米の一粒一粒を味わうがよい。
Feel you, Alice Sexton.
はい。無視か。
I ignore Eo's rambling. Eo's power is in the house, huh? Might have abandoned what happened to Miss Fushimi earlier. I'm not sure what kind of powers they are, though.
誠様、量は普通でよろしいですか？
Yeah, just a normal serving.
夜分にアポなしで失礼、伏見でーす。
Oh! Speak of the devil, Miss Fushimi slams the sliding door open with tremendous force and barges in. That startled me.
ごめん。食事中？気にしないで食べてて。
Yeah. Why the sudden visit?
そんな他人行儀の呼び方するなよ、誠。あずさでいいよ。もう私たち相棒でしょ。
Pardon, what's wrong? You sound so hyper.
事件解決。その報告に。
So fast!
伏見様、こちらに今お茶をお持ちします。
お構いなく。
Miss Fushimi. No, wait, Miss Azusa, take the seat on the floor cushion that Fuya prepared for her right behind me. I placed down my chopsticks and turned around to face her. Did you find out the cause of the accident?
完全決着はまだなんだけどね。犯人の目星がついて今令状を取ってるところ。
犯人ということはやっぱり悪霊は無関係でした？
だね。犯人は大学生でした。
Yep.
マンションのベランダからレーザーポインターでいたずらしてたみたい。
Laser pointer. That can cause accidents. Yeah. Yeah. Bet I've ever been fucking hit in the eye with a laser pointer? I've been. It fucking hurts.
普通に凶器だからね、あれ。出てくるんじゃないかな。部屋から出力強めのポインターが。
Now, it's impressive if you're able to figure that out with only those ends.
運が良かっただけ。昔ね、似たような事件があったの。とある公園で遊んでる子供たちが決まって目の痛みを訴える。何事かと調べてみたら、犯人がマンションから子供たちの目をレーザーで焼いてましたと。
まあ恐ろしい。どうぞお茶です。
ありがとう。それをね、覚えてたんだけど、これがドンピシャ。近所の人に聞き込みしてみたら、夜になるといたずらされるんだって。もう大手だよね。あとはトントン拍子。いや、助かったよ、誠くん。最初は疑ってごめんね。さすが本物の霊能者。ありがとね。
It's nothing. I'm glad I was able to help.
私も頑張ったんだけどな。
葵ちゃんもお手柄でした。小鳥ちゃんもありがとね。
はい。私なんて何もできませんでしたが。しかし、霊ではなく大学生の仕業か。お役目としては空振りじゃの。
ああ、そっか。でも解決できたんだから、結果オーライということで。
鏡が協力するのは、あくまでも霊的な事件のみじゃ。お主らの尻拭いではない。誠を便利な道具と思ってくれるなよ。おそらく13課の課長が誠の器を図ろうと、今回の事件を用意したのじゃろうが。このような依頼、今後はしてくれるな。無礼千万じゃ。
Seeing you angry is a rare sight. You don't have to say that much. You don't think helping out was worth it.
ぬるい。誠と鬼の力があれば、大体の事件は解決できるであろう。だが誠は便利屋ではない。力を乱用してはならぬ。決して。
おちゃらけていい雰囲気でもなさそうね。失礼しました、ご相談役。
課長も次はないようにすると申しておりました。それとお詫びとして報酬に色をつけると、それで怒りを収めていただけないでしょうか。
確認させてもらおう。
どうぞ。
Zazuza pulls out an envelope from her bag. Now it's in cash. Crap. Wait, don't give it to!
もう遅い。
Io snatches the envelope from Miss Zazuza's hand. Screw it up, can't let this shopaholic handle money. Hey, Io, give me that envelope, I'll check it out.
待って、見るだけじゃ。
私は中身確認してないけど結構入ってそう。その厚さだと。一瞬このまま黙って持って帰ろうか悩んだ。
警察の発言じゃない。ほほう、それほどの額か。どれ、中身を確認させ
She
ても
opens the
らおうか。
envelope and takes a peek. Then plays the envelope on the dining table with a sigh.
あずさよ。
はい。
どんな仕事でもやらせていただきます。これからもよろしくお願いします。
You switch sides pretty quickly.
だって、ほら
She opens the envelope and shows it to
見
me.
て見て、ほらほら、この額だよ。
But I also want to enjoy my student life, even if I'm getting compensated. I can't just accept every job that. I'll do anything. We look forward to your continued patronage.
うわぁ、誠さんもお金に目がくらんでしまった。
でも確かにすごいですね。1万円札がたくさん。え、そんなに？焼肉？明日焼肉行く？おごり？
行きたい！肉食べたい！よーし、明日はみんなで焼肉食べに行くぞー！
Hold it! It'll be end of this household if you leave, Io. Let's leave it let's have it at home, if ever. Let's get good meat. Really good meat.
承知いたしました。明日買いに行きますね。確か商店街にお肉屋さんがありました。ああ、スーパーより絶対いいですよ。知り合いのおばちゃんが言ってました。
That sounds good then. We should really be saving, but since it is our first war, let's indulge ourselves this once. Please join us if you want, Miss Azusa.
さっきのは冗談。邪魔者抜きでみんなで楽しんで。というか、いつか私がおごらせて。捜査のご協力に感謝を。
Thanks, but you're not a nuisance to us, please, if you don't mind.
ではご夕食はいかがですか？少しではありますが料理は残っておりますので。あ、そうじゃあお言葉に甘えちゃおうかな。実はまだ食べてなくて。
じゃあ、こっちにどうぞ。葵ちゃん、詰めて。
すぐにご用意いたしますね。ありがとう。お願いします。美味しそうだな。料理うまいね、ふよちゃん。ありがとうございます。
悪霊と聞いたときはどうしたものかと思ったが、幸先の良い出だしとなったの、誠。
You were saying how it contributed nothing to my mission earlier. Anyway, we could really dispel our worries about living. This could really dispel our worries about living expenses. We can survive for a while with this money.
だからといって怠けるなよ。お金に困ってないし、しばらくお役目もいいか。では、私もこの家を出ていくことを考えねばならん。
Don't worry, I won't slack off. I'll always give it my all.
良い返事じゃ。
伏見様、どうぞ。わお、ありがとう。そうだ、課長が言ってたけど、次はうちでは手に負えないの依頼するって。今度こそ悪霊関係かも。
悪霊は取り殺されたりしませんよね。襲ってきたりします？場合によりけり、見境なく恨みをぶつけてくる者もいるじゃろうな。
Yeah, their only weapon is to talk to them. We have to be careful not to screw up.
まあ、鬼よりは弱いっしょ。私に任せんしゃい。
葵姉さん、誠様をお守りするのは当然だけど、無責任なこと言わないの。根拠もないのに。
ビビってても仕方ないっしょ。いけるって、いける。そうですよね。私も頑張ります。どんな時でも誠さんのお役に立てるように。
Thanks. Let's all work hard.
いいね。仲間って感じ。青春だわ。 ありがとうございます。まだおかわりもあり。あ、そうでした。誠様のおかわり。
Let's actually let her finish.
仲間って感じ。青春だわ。この味噌汁美味しいね。
Alright, yes please. Fuyo served me seconds. Like we're more of a family than master and servant when we're having meals like this. I got a job, I also got some income. I have to work hard as the breadwinner of this family, so no one will have to wander the streets.
誠よ。あまり気負いすぎるでないぞ。さっきはああ言ったが、誠の生活を犠牲にする必要はない。お役目はことのついでで良いのじゃ。もちろん仕事も投げ出してしまえば話は別じゃがの。たとえうまくいかずとも、誠が紳士である限り、我々は誠を見捨て、気楽に行け。
Yeah, thanks for your advice as always, you.
水臭いことを言うな。何かあればすぐに私を頼れ。知識だけは豊富にある。
See. Thanks. So, can I ask you another favor?
何でもよい。言ってみよ。
Give me the envelope you just slipped into your pocket. I'll never let you handle money. She's a cheeky gremlin. With an over, Miss Azusa heads on home, and the night grows darker. The case was closed. That's a good thing. Can't believe I assisted the police and even received a award for it. Feels oddly satisfying. What's this button? I head to terrace to celebrate a job well done and sip on my canned beer.
あ、いた。誠さん。
The door rattles open and Koturi steps out onto the terrace. Still here?
はい。今日、泊まっていってもいいですか？
Sure, I'll have Fuyo leave out a futon for you.
やった！ありがとうございます。ちょっとだけいいですか？ここにいても。ひよちゃんたちとゲームするの疲れちゃって。
Feel free.
やった！
She smiles cheerfully and stands by my side. Breeze blows at the same time she holds her hair down.
今夜は過ごしやすいですね。思ったより涼しい。
Do they have like a chair on the table up here? I wish it was always like this though.
ですね。あ、ビールですか？
Want some?
いいです、いいです。お酒の味なんてわからないお子様なので。
Neither do I. I only think beer tastes good during the first sip. That's usually when it tastes the worst. The first sip of beer always tastes disgusting, but afterwards it tastes great. That's the rules of beer.
じゃあ、なんで飲んでるんですか？酔いたいから？
Because it's fitting for a college student.
何ですかそれ？
I'm at an age where I want to look cool.
変なの？
You both laugh. It's so good. Probably because the alcohol's already kicking in. Oh yeah, I wanted to give you your salary too.
いいです、いいです。私、全然役に立てませんでしたし。
Neither did I. Aoi just showed me her vision.
じゃあ、私じゃなくて、葵ちゃんにお給料出しましょう。
I'll pay you too. If you don't need money, then I'll get whatever you want.
やっぱりいいです。
Don't hold back.
遠慮とかじゃなくて、なんだか抵抗があって、今日の私、本当についていただけだったから、せっかく助手にさせてもらったのに、頼りないな、私。
Not at all. That's not true. I relied on your power. Yeah, exactly. She did actually help. She did point out that it didn't feel like there was a spirit here. That she somehow like she can just kind of tell for some fucking reason. And that made him just immediately, okay, no use looking for a spirit, let's just test out the memories. It saved a lot of fucking time.
力、何にもないですよ。
You do? Power perception?
ああ、でもあれ、なんとなくそうかなって程度だし。
You were spot on this time about how there were was no ghost.
ただの偶然かも。
Coincidence or not, it's impressive. You could tell if ghosts are present. I can't tell even if I rely on my gut. I think it's a great power.
そうです。
Yeah. You feel, I see. We're a perfect duo. No ghost can get by us with you around. Perfect assistant.
おー、なんだか自信ついてきた。
Not having your powers around would be a huge blow. Success of my job relies on you. I'm counting on you, my dear assistant.
やった。頼られちゃった。ありがとうございます。
For what?
うまく言えないですけど、会ったばっかりで得体の知れない私をこうやって信用してくれて、一緒にお仕事をさせてくれて。
I still think you should at least pay her somewhat.
ありがとうございます。みんなといるの、とっても楽しいです。家族って感じがします。誠さんがお兄ちゃんで、葵ちゃんたちが妹で、お父さんとお母さんはいないけど、理想の家族です。こういうの、飢えてて、だから、いいなーって。
You call me big bro.
いいですよ、恥ずかしい。
You can stay all you want. You can even live here.
さすがにそこまで迷惑かけるわけには。でも、嬉しいな。急にこんなこと言われても困っちゃうかもですけど。うち、お父さんとお母さん、あんまり家にいなくて、仕事で忙しいんです。だからご飯はいつも小太郎と二人でした。放任主義って言うんですか？特に構ってもらったこともなくて、一回心配してほしくて家出したんです。2日だけ。でも帰ってみたら、両親は私が家出したって気づいてませんでした。何にも変わってなくて、うちはずっとそんな感じで。小太郎がいなくなっちゃってどうしようって思ってたけど、みんなのおかげでやっと家族を知ることができた気がします。誠さん、本当に私を受け入れてくれてありがとう。
Are you drunk? え？ It's because you started saying these creepy lines.
もう、頑張って話したのになんで茶化すんですか？この酔っ払い。
What is that expression? Sorry, but you don't need to thank me. You're also helping us. Playing with Oe, and Io seems happy with a new gamer friend. As for me,
俺だって？
nothing in particular. Just kidding. It's fun talking with you like this. It's way more cheerful than if I lived alone. And also,
もう意地悪なこと言わないでくださいね。
I'm on to being serious. There's no need for you to feel grateful about becoming my assistant or me accepting. It's just something I wanted to do. Don't even have to consider my promise with Kotaro. Plan to fill the hole in my heart. So stay with me. I plan to fill the hole in your heart, so stay with me. We're already a family.
やっぱり誠さん酔ってますね。
Not yet.
酔ってる。だってセリフが臭いです。
When I start to reek of alcohol, so do my lines.
アルコール臭い。いいセリフ台無し。
Well, it's a drunk man's joke. Let's just leave it at this. Stop thanking me already.
はい。
Let me know anytime you need to talk.
じゃあ、その時は、またここに来ます。誠さんもいいですよ。私に悩みを話しても。
Let's see. Wonder what to do about Io's spending.
お金の管理は、ふよちゃんがいいと思います。しっかりしてるので。
What a reliant assistant. Such appropriate advice.
でしょう。
Say, Kotari.
はい。
Look forward to working with you.
はい。
I like this game so far. It's a fun game. It's a fun game. Anyways, got the ending in here. Hope you guys enjoyed this one, and see you I'm always almost at 5 hours. This always happens on part 1s. Oh well, bye.